All right, I'll call this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. This is the May 8th, 2024 regular meeting of the Schertz Planning and Zoning Commission. Item number 1 was called to order. Item number 2 is to seat alternates if required. We have both our alternates with us tonight, Ms. Craig down here out to my left, and our newest alternate, Mr. Wallace down here on my right. Item number 3 is hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the Planning and Zoning Commission. Each person should fill out the speaker's register prior to the meeting. Presentation should be limited to no more than 3 minutes. Discussion by the Commission of any item not on the agenda shall be limited to statements of specific factual information given in response to any inquiry, a recitation of existing policy in response to an inquiry, and/or proposal to place the item on a future agenda. The presiding officer during the hearing of residents portion of the agenda will call on those persons who have signed up to speak in the order they have registered. All right, really quick before we start, you did not have to sign this for the public hearing. When we get to the public hearing, anyone that wishes to speak, whether you sign this roster or not, will have the opportunity to speak. Now, those of you that did, it looks like everybody wants to talk about the zone change. So you can speak now, and you can speak again during the public hearing, or when I call your name, if you so desire, just tell me you want to wait, and we'll hear you during the public hearing. Okay? So the first person signed up, I think that's Janet Rouillard. Is that close enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Roulard. Hi, this is my first time up here. I'm Janet Roulard. I am a resident in the Parklands development. I'm coming here to present my concerns. I recently got a letter from Schertz stating that there's going to be a residential a rezoning of the areas where we live for single-family residential district R2, known as Comal County. The biggest thing for this letter that got my attention was that they wanted to rezone approximately 132.6 acres of land to general businesses. I'm a newly homeowner, and I've been kind of doing the research, and of course I have the support of my my wonderful neighbors. I'm a military member, I work a lot, I'm a nurse, and I depend on them to let me know and to show me things that are of concern, especially being a new homeowner. Some of the concerns that I have for the general business is that rezoning our residential land area to commercial is going to lead to increased traffic and congestion. I already deal with a lot of congestion going to and from work and being on call going to and from work, so that's a big thing for me. Noise pollution, decreased property values for nearby homes, loss of community character, and a strain of the local infrastructure such as schools and utilities. It can also displace the residents and it can change the social dynamics of the residential area. Additionally, rezoning residential land to commercial land can result in reduced green spaces and recreational areas, a loss of affordable housing options, potential environmental degradation due to increased commercial activities, and higher costs of living as businesses move in and property taxes may increase. Additionally, I received this letter 2 days prior to the due date, so that's very concerning because I trust the city of Schertz, and for me and being in the military, I am all about trust. So this kind of like, I feel like the city of Schertz failed us, and that's pretty much my concerns. I just want to put that out there. Hopefully you guys can support our concerns, and that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, just a quick clarification. The proposed zoning that you'll see during the staff presentation is R2, which is single-family residence. Okay, it's not commercial. All right. If you have comments, you'll get a chance to voice those comments later in the meeting, all right? Mr. Tim Brown.
Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Tim Brown. I'm a resident of the Parklands subdivision at 5231 Village Park. A couple of points here that I really want to emphasize that you'll probably hear a little bit more in detail from my fellow homeowners. We object to this, the 0091 proposal, specifically the GB for the adjacent property to the Parklands development. for the reasons that Ms. Roulard just outlined. But we have an interesting problem here. We've got 3 different zoning actions combined within the same request for rezoning, which makes it a little difficult for us to identify exactly how to approach this to exert a maximum amount of opinion so that it's properly considered. The second is that we have a problem with GB associated with this general area because it's immediately adjacent to the Cypress Point Park, which creates a number of safety-related issues. It's less than 50 feet, actually, from Eckert Road, and Eckert has been identified as the main arterial into this area. And the, let's see, my screen disappeared there. And there are the 2 residential areas, Cypress Point and Parklands, both are affected by this, but the lines were drawn on the rezoning request that eliminated the entire community of Cypress Point, which is within 100 feet of this GB area. I certainly would like that looked at closely to why that occurred. And certainly, I'm hoping you all remember that citizen participation, our input, is important for the support of the process of community development and rezoning. So we really do want to support this, but unfortunately, I will be one of many to oppose that particular item on your agenda. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brown, and let me apologize to Ms. Roulard. I guess I didn't read all the way to the end of the, my apologies, there is GB and, yeah, so. Okay. Blanca Brown?
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Blanca Brown, and I reside at 5231 Village Park. And I just started talking, so you have to.
No, she's trying to figure out how to make it work. You go right ahead.
Okay, fine. What I wanted to bring to your attention tonight is not that we hate what we got last week, this letter from the city of Schertz. It's a notice that is coming up with actually good propositions, but we got 3 jumped in 1. And although probably 100% of the residents may be for 1, and maybe another percentage may be for the second one, 100% of us, and I said us because I'm speaking for my community. We had a couple of meetings after the residents received this letter. So the questioning here is the proposition to get this farmland that we have coming into the Echo Road. And I'm sure that any of you have never been there, you need to take a drive. So you understand when Tim and Jeanette were talking about this park that is like 100 feet of the land that is in question to become general business in the rezoning proposal. And that is a very critical situation for us because this park is a city park and it's not even fenced. So under the stipulations of GB, there's a lot of buildings, includes bars and nightclubs that are not suitable for neighborhoods like ours. But that probably will be what somebody else is going to talk about. For me right now, what I wanted to point out is that we received these letters not under the timing guidelines of the city of Schertz. Your guidelines stipulate that, the notices should be received by the residents within, with 10 days before the meeting. We were receiving these letters. The person that received the letter the earliest was 6 days before the due date, last Friday. But some of us were receiving them on Wednesday, even Thursday, and some neighbors never received the notices. The second thing that I wanted to address is that we received the map, and your map is, of course it states, it's a pretty nice map, and it states all the rezonings that are being proposed. And at the left side of this map, you have 84 addresses of residents that supposedly the city of Schertz sent these notices that we never received on time. So we don't receive the letters on time, and you have 84 addresses, and we're supposed to, I'm not sure about the percentage that we have to turn in, but from the 84 addresses, we found out that 25 of those addresses are bogus. There's a lot of empty lots. There's lots that have homes that have been just built. There's no residents. In 25 of the 84 addresses, there's no residents. So I think that with this, what I would like to see is that the city of Schertz and the council members support our petition to redo this, separate these petitions, and please make sure that we receive these petitions with plenty of time so all the residents get together and try to do the best that we can. We like rezoning, but we want to do it appropriately. Thank you very much.
All right, real quick, typically during the presentation, staff will address who got notified and why. Unfortunately, well, I'll let them explain that. And then we can address during that, maybe we can address the date issue, when they were mailed and things like that. Okay, Ronald, the shot?
I'm Ronald Schott. I live at 1300 Engle Road. The original papers I signed under duress, I was forced to sign in 2010 to annex, either be annexed immediately or sign a 10-year agreement. On those papers, it says the zoning would be RA, which is single-family residence and agricultural. Now, all my 4 properties are R2, no agriculture at all. I don't know what y'all are trying to do there. As far as I'm concerned, our original agreement is null and void because you done changed that, unless that was a mistake on y'all's part. The other part, the Parklands that they're talking about where they live, the city of Schertz engineers, the Parkland engineers have ruined 10 acres of my ground. And there's only about a third of the homes that are going to be built in the Parklands. So by the time they get through, there's probably going to be 12 to 15 acres of my property that's going to be nothing but a swamp. And then they say, the engineers have already come out there, so we've done everything that we're supposed to do. Well, apparently not, because I already know of 3 other developments that have the same damn problem that's ruining land, the people's land that's adjacent to them, it's ruining them. I've even got pictures of it. The water never dries up. I've had this problem since way into last year. When we had 110-degree weather and no rain at all, I had 4 acres, solid swamp. And I couldn't even get to another 5 acres because of that. So I'm losing money on all that, plus I'm having to pay city taxes, or going to have to pay city taxes, county taxes, and school taxes on that property that now that I can't make a dime off of. So I would like for y'all to think about rezoning it back to RA where it should be.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mark Reyes. You'll speak during the public hearing, sir? I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you. All right. And Mark Penchard.
Good evening. I'm Mark Pensarn. I live at 8320 Trainer Hale Road, where I have resided since before Schertz was incorporated. I'm here tonight to talk about the rezoning of our area from RA to residential. But I'm also here to address the underlying or the overriding reason for that, which is the forced annexation of the area, which Schertz erroneously calls voluntary. I looked up voluntary in the dictionary and it says without compulsion or coercion. And back in 12 or 13 years ago, I signed a development agreement, which is a contract with the city of Schertz, to avoid being annexed at that time. I signed an extension of that to avoid being annexed at that time. Now I'm being told that I'm voluntarily being annexed. That is not true. So with that said, I will address my comments to the actual rezoning. Currently, we are supposed to be entering the city if we are annexed as RA, residential agricultural. The area in which I reside is completely agricultural. There are houses on the farms where people live. However, it is all agricultural. To rezone that as residential is just an invitation for the developers to pester me more. I get a letter or a phone call every week. Would you like to sell your land? And the answer is no, I do not want to sell my land. And I don't want to be pestered by all these people. So what on earth is the reason for rezoning this land when anybody who wants to buy it and turn it into a subdivision, if they offered me enough money, which is highly unlikely, they would get it rezoned for whatever they wanted it to be. And it'd be well within their budget. All this does is then put us into a situation where we're in non-compliance, and of course the recent legislation kind of kicks that in the shin, but it's ridiculous. Why rezone us at all? And I'm totally opposed to being annexed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Pensarn. Appreciate your comments. All right, moving on. Item number 4 is our consent agenda. We have a single item on that agenda tonight, and excuse me, and that is the minutes from the April 3rd, 2024 regular meeting. There's no discussion on the consent agenda, so commissioners, do we need to pull this item for any discussion? If not, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, where'd the second come from? The new guy, okay. All right, so I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with a second. There's no discussion, so please record your votes. All right, I only see 6, so who hasn't voted? Mr. Wallace. There we go. Now I have 7. Would you publish that vote, please? We have 7 ayes, none opposed. That motion passes. All right, item number 5. Is our public hearings. Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing related to zone change requests, specific use permit requests, and Unified Development Code amendments within this agenda. Public hearing will be open to receive a report from staff, the applicant, the adjoining property owners affected by the applicant's request, and any other interested persons. Upon completion, the public hearing will be closed. The commission will discuss and consider the application and may request additional information from staff or the applicant if required. After deliberation, the commission is asked to consider and act upon the following requests and make a recommendation to the city council. So once again, if I can stress that, And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, these are all where we will recommend a specific action to city council. City council has the final approval authority, not planning and zoning. I think I'm going to exercise a little executive privilege here, and we're going to skip to 5B, and we'll save 5A for a little bit later. So 5B, PLZC 2024-0091, hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a request to rezone approximately 498.2 acres of land to single-family residential R2, known as Comal County Property Identification Numbers. Dan, do I have to read all these property ID numbers?
So-
Okay.
Commissioner, Chairperson, may I for a moment? So if I may, certainly defer to your discretion. The reason staff listed the prior item, the UDC amendment, on before these is because when the petition for annexation went to City Council, we heard a lot from some of the property owners about concerns over their being able to continue, in particular, their agricultural land uses going forward. Staff was empathetic to that. I think council was empathetic by the comments on that. And so that item on the amendment to the non-conforming is in some ways related to these zoning cases because it sets forth a change in the UDC that would allow some of these uses, the ag uses, to continue going forward. I don't know that that's going to change anybody's mind as to whether they want to be annexed or not, but to some degree I think it's helpful for them to understand the rules staff is putting forth and what the commission's recommendation on that might be prior to the zoning going forward as it affects that.
All right, Mr. James, I'll defer to your judgment. We'll go back to 5A. Give me a chance to practice reading property ID numbers. Item 5A is PLUDC 2024-0101. Hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinance, Unified Development Code, Article 7, non-conforming uses, lots, and structures, to add section 21.7.11, agricultural operations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Brian James, Deputy City Manager for the City of Schertz. I'm going to turn this over to Emily in just a moment to walk you through the particulars of it. But again, to add maybe to the brief mention going forward and set the stage a bit. So as you may know, and as folks have referenced, the city is going through annexation proceedings, and associated with that, what you have on the agenda tonight are recommendations for P&Z to zone those properties that are to be annexed. City Council considers the annexation, so the decision whether to annex or not annex, those are held and discussed at the public hearings before City Council. But what we need to do is when we annex, we need to zone the property. A zoning has to get a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I understand it's confusing, seems a bit out of order, but for the timing to hit so that when council considers the annexation, if they choose to annex, the next item on the agenda is the zoning. That zoning needs a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission to go forward. So again, to be clear, the discussion tonight is not whether to annex the properties or not. It is simply a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission that should the properties be annexed, this is what your recommendation to council is, that those properties should be zoned, if that makes sense to folks. And as I indicated, one of the things that, because these are annexations and the zoning tied to it, that we heard at council is concerns that, as you'll hear tonight likely and have heard, that folks want to continue those agricultural uses. When we look to our non-conforming use lots and structure section of the UDC, as it's currently provided, it doesn't necessarily provide the guarantees to some of those folks that they can continue agricultural operations going forward in a way they would like to. It would be a non-conforming use and it could continue, but part of what happens, I think in particular with agricultural uses that we heard from folks, is that things change and shift. People grow crops on different areas, they raise different types of animals, they'll build additional structures to house equipment and things like that. They may need to build a structure for someone who's working on the property. Again, they may have a child or a relative who wants to come live on the property and help manage and work the property. And so again, our current ordinance didn't cover that. And so based on what we heard at City Council, staff proposed to amend the UDC for that reason. But again, just to set the stage, what the commission is here on this item tonight is amendment to the non-conforming use section. The items you'll have coming forward are simply the zoning. It's not a discussion of whether to annex or not. That comes before council. So I'll turn it over to Emily.
Good evening, PL UDC 2024-0101, a UDC amendment to Article 7, Emily Delgado, Planning Manager. So as some background, as Brian mentioned, so at the April 16th, 2024 City Council meeting, Resolution 24R41 and R42, you can't see it? See if Brittany can. Okay. Were discussed by council and those resolutions were passed, which starts the annexation process for properties in Comal, Guadalupe, and Bexar County based on expiring delayed annexation development agreements. During the discussion of those resolutions, council did express concerns about non-conforming uses and protecting agricultural uses for properties proposed to be annexed. So the proposed UDC amendment to Article 7 is intended to resolve these concerns by defining agricultural operations and ensuring that they can continue to operate if the properties are annexed into the city. Due to House Bill 1750, the Agricultural Code was amended to remove provisions relating to the effect of a city's governmental requirements on an agricultural operation that was situated outside the city's corporate boundaries and that was later brought within the city's corporate boundaries. Additionally, House Bill 1750 defined agricultural operations and provided guidance and clarity to cities on generally accepted agricultural practices. That definition within House Bill 1750 was utilized to create this proposed UDC amendment. And it would bring the city of Schertz in line with recent changes and definitions established in the Texas Agricultural Code. So going into the actual proposed UDC language, so we would create a whole new section, section 21.7.11 in Article 7, which is our non-conforming article, explicitly called agricultural operations. And the text would read, within the city of Schertz, there exist properties that have been utilized for agricultural operations prior to being annexed into the city of Schertz. Agricultural operations per House Bill number 1750 include cultivating the soil, producing crops, or growing vegetation for human food, animal feed, livestock forage for wildlife management, planting seed or fiber, floriculture, viticulture, horticulture, silviculture, wildlife manage, raising or keeping livestock or poultry, including veterinary services, and planting cover crops or leaving land idle for the purpose of participating in any governmental program or normal crop of livestock rotation procedure. Per Texas Agricultural Code, Chapter 251, Section 251.0055, a city may not impose a governmental requirement that directly or indirectly prohibits the use of a generally accepted agricultural practice. So then we go into Section B. In order to ensure that properties within the city of Schertz that have been utilized for agricultural operations can continue, the following are applicable. Land use, properties can be utilized for agricultural operations, including alternating between growing crops and raising livestock, regardless of the zoning designation for the property. Expansion of agricultural operations, existing agricultural operations can expand to include increase of field crop or area or increase of livestock or change in livestock species, construction of maintenance buildings or equipment sheds, barns, accessory buildings, animal cages or corrals, feeders or grain storage, or any other miscellaneous agricultural related structure. Issuance of building permits will be required for any agricultural operations, building, or structures as described in this section. Platting of the property and connection to sanitary sewer will not be required for construction of the buildings or structures identified in this subsection. Construction of additional residential dwelling units, which shall only be utilized for family members or employees of the agricultural operations on the same property with a minimum of 5 acres per unit. Issuance of building permits will be required for any additional residential dwelling units as described in this section. Platting of the property in connection to sanitary sewer will not be required for construction of the buildings or structures identified in this subsection. And then C, development process. Agricultural operations are subject to all City of Schertz development regulations and process to include but not limited to platting, site plan, and building permits and inspections with the exceptions provided within this section. So that is the proposed UDC language. When we're evaluating UDC amendments, we have criteria for approval within the Unified Development Code. Number one, the proposed amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. By defining agricultural operations in Article 7, the city is able to establish a clear procedure moving forward on how agricultural operations can continue operations as a non-conforming use. Additionally, staff used the definition of agricultural operations from House Bill number 1750 that strengthened agricultural operations. Number two, an amendment to the text is consistent with other policies of the UDC and the city. The amendments to Article 7 are meant to protect and preserve existing agricultural operations that have become non-conforming to ensure that the city does not impose governmental requirements that prohibit agricultural practice per state law. Number three, any proposed amendment is consistent with the goals and objectives of the UDC and the city. The UDC and its amendments should protect, promote, improve, and provide for the public health, safety, and general welfare of its citizens while also ensuring the safe, orderly, and efficient development and expansion of the city. The proposed amendments to Article 7 allow agricultural operations to continue on non-conforming properties within the city of Schertz. And then finally, number four, other criteria which at the discretion of the P&Z and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured that the UDC requirements have been met for the proposed UDC amendment, and at this time have not received any special considerations from P&Z or City Council. And with that, staff is recommending approval of PL UDC 2024-0101 to amend Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances Unified Development Code Article 7, specifically to add Section 21711 agricultural operations.
All right, thank you. All right, this item is a public hearing. It is 6:31 p.m. At this time, anyone wishing to address the commission on this particular, no, give me a second here, okay? On this particular topic, more than welcome to step forward to the dais, give your name and address for the record, try to limit your comments to 3 minutes, okay? And yes, just there's no particular order. You don't need to raise your hand. Just come on up. Mr. Schott,
So, if it's R2,
I need your name and address real quick, sir.
Ronald Schott, 1300 Ingle Road. If it's R2 resident, which that's what they're doing, so I stay in ag. Problem is, RA, I'm able to give my daughter a little bit of land without having to plot the whole 80 acres. R2, I'm gonna have to plot everything, which is gonna cost me $20,000, $30,000. So, what good is this R2 thing? I don't think any of these people realize that. Anybody that's got kids, that's got enough acreage that they can put a house on for, and they're still gonna be ag. It's just gonna be one residential house that's added to it. That's all right with RA, but R2, that's not all right. Am I right?
No, sir, I don't think you understood. I'll get staff to readdress that after the public comments, okay?
All right.
My name's Todd Hoffman. I live at 5751 FM 482, which is actually New Braunfels, not part of the annexation, but my property right across the street is. And it's properties 78957 and 78960. They cannot be residential, nor commercial, nor anything else. They are almost 100% in the floodplain area. And so I am, of course, against the annexation, and I'm trying, and what I'd like y'all to recommend is that it's not zoned R2 because it cannot be used for R2 or anything else. And that will just give me more to talk to them about as far as leaving me out of the annexation, because I've got a copy of the flood map if y'all would like to see it. It cannot be used for those purposes. And that's basically it. I mean, even though I agree with everybody else, the whole area is more agriculture than residential, and RA would be much easier to deal with going down the road. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Breezy Webb. I live at 360 Big John Lane, New Braunfels, Texas, 78132. We're Guadalupe County, right on the edge of Comal County. My children attend Comal ISD. Although we no longer own acreage like our family used to, the acreage has been passed down from generation to generation, going through 3 generations. I actually live about 50 acres behind Mr. Schwab, so I can attest to every single thing he has said. I do agree with him. If we get moved to R2, we cannot put another house on our property. Although I only have 13 acres, I have an email to Emily dating back to 1 month ago. My mother, who is disabled and can no longer work, and I'm her caretaker, was going to move out to my property. There's 2 owners on my property right now, me and my stepmother. My mother was going to move out there, and I could not get approval from the city of Schertz. My mom has heart disease, COPD. A week later, she was actually just hospitalized for pneumonia. So I'm having to travel all the way to New Braunfels to take care of her when she could have easily just lived on our land. Now, if we stay our residential agricultural, we won't need a minimum of 5 acres that you're proposing to have multiple houses on the land. I have 5 children, although it's just a 13-acre plot. I do plan on splitting up that acreage between my children when they grow up and they can do as they please, and I will pass it down to them just as it's been passed down to my family. We have houses being built in our field right now. Crime has gone up. City of Schertz police cannot get to those calls, and when they do get to them, they don't want to give a police report number because they don't want it to go against their statistics. But I have recordings, I have pictures of how many times police officers have been called out there every single time, because it's between me and my husband, because we're the only ones that see out there. We have armed people breaking in. I do not want to be moved to R2. I do want to stay RA.
All right, thank you. Once again, folks, the topic under discussion right now is not the rezoning issue. It is amending the UDC to clarify continuing agricultural operations if property is annexed and rezoned, okay? The R2 thing is coming up.
Hi, my name is Melissa Zip. I'm at 26875 Cynthia Drive. This is related to 6080 FM 482 and to the proposed amendments related to the agricultural use. I am looking at a screenshot that I took that she proposed, capital letter B, lowercase b 2, where it talks about construction of maintenance buildings or equipment, sheds, barns, etc. Specifically, issuance of building permits will be required for any agricultural operations, buildings, or structures as described in this section. So my concern is, how long does it take to get a permit? If you've ever lived on a farm in an agricultural environment, something happens and you need to take care of it immediately. A calf is born and you need to build another corral or another shed. A wind blows down the barn that you were using. You need to take care of it immediately. So how long does it take to get a permit is my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I'm Mark Penshorn, 8320 Trainer Hale Road, and I just can't help myself.
All right, sir.
Getting a permit to build a shed for cattle or goats is beyond absurd. There's no codes that I'm aware of for agricultural buildings. If we were building a house, sure. Are there codes for hay barns? Where would I find them? It's beyond ridiculous. End of statement.
Hi, good evening, Commissioners. I'm Ashley Fairmont with Killing, Griffin, and Fairmont.
My address is 10101 Reunion Place. Nice to see you all. I am here to speak on the language, specifically the code amendment. I do want to say, though, on behalf of some property owners, I don't want this to be viewed as agreeing to or consenting to the annexation, because just to echo Dr. Pinshorn's comments, we do not believe it's voluntary. We believe these agreements have expired, and the city is overstepping with the proposed annexation. But that being said, with regards to the proposed code changes, a few concerns. There are some properties that are being zoned commercial, industrial, that have homes on them. So this non-annexation does not necessarily extend to rebuilding those homes. So if there was more than 50% damage to those structures, they are non-conforming uses following annexation if it does happen. So these homeowners are being not only annexed, but then need to be able to rebuild their homes if something was to happen, unfortunately. Hopefully that doesn't happen. The other concern is regarding structures on the property. As you heard from the past two speakers, there are a lot of existing structures associated with agricultural operations. Those structures were built to further those agricultural operations. There was not any code requirements. Some of the structures on these properties are very old. So there is a lot of concern about what happens when the city comes out to these properties. Are these structures then, there are code compliance issues? Do they have to suddenly comply with city codes on sheds that have existed for years, on barns? And then in addition to the permitting requirements for these smaller agricultural supporting structures. So with that, in my comments, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
My name's Gary Fairley, and I just want to say on the 1750, the House bill that she was describing, that was set up mainly for the agriculture, residential ag, either one of the two zonings. I don't think that the state legislature had wanted it to be used as a way to get past putting an R2 zoning onto anybody and then say you're non-compliant. You're trying to say, well, you can do this, but you're still not compliant. And I don't think House Bill 17 was created for that. I think that all the zoning needs to go back to the either agricultural or the RA that it was before. So there really wasn't any zoning. Not if you look at the sheets, there wasn't any because we didn't need it. But that's all I wanted to say was that 1752 was not to be used as a modification to a non-compliance. Thank you.
My name is Craig Moore, 7703 Trainer Hale. My question is, I bought the property, the sellers had annexed. So I'm actually trying to do stuff on my property to find out that I'm under your pre-development. So my question is, when you are moving forward, if you move forward with your annexations with this proposal, what are you going to do to the people who you have already screwed over? Because right now, I have to spend that money to just, if I want to build a gazebo, I want to build any simple little thing, it's going to cost me at least $15,000, $20,000. So I'm just curious, is there any plan to correct the wrong that was done 10 years ago when you initially annexed people in? Because based on your paperwork, pre-development district, intended for use of undeveloped land in the city as a temporary designation. I'm not real sure how long temporary is, but I bought the land in 13. It's 24, and I'm still listed as pre. And thank God my neighbors are in this headache because that's how I learned about. Now you're doing annexations, but you're determining what you want it to be. I'm sitting on the same agricultural land as my neighbor over there, the neighbors over here, but yet I get to pay. Is there any plan to try to unscrew that? Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Andres Gonzalez. I live at 360 Big John Lane, and I'm here with my wife, my child. My concern deals with the building, of course, as some of the people here have stated. I don't know how you go about enforcing things that are not in actual code. At this moment, it almost sounds like we are actually trying to agree to something before we read it. I remember a politician used to say that, let's pass it and then we'll read it. I don't see how that's efficient, effective, or proper. I ask that you, as board members, representatives of the city, not impose obstacles in our way of life that we've had, in some cases, for 6 generations. I ask that you allow us to continue living in the way we have, to continue instilling those values to our children and to our neighbors. Every single person here is trying to represent their interests, their family. I ask you, are we representing the citizens equally and fairly? I understand we all have a job to do, and I know what you are appointed for or voted in for. But I ask that when we enforce or we attempt to enforce some of these rules, we take into account that some of these structures, some of these homes have been standing for over 100 years. According to the variance, I guess you can cite or we can ask for a variance exclusion if it's up to you all. If it's more than 50% to repair, replace, or modify, then the board would seriously consider modifying the annexation or enforcing. I ask that you please look into the people here, their interests, their homes, how long they've been there, and even those that were just recently bought property and were not told because somebody might have not done their due diligence. Why are we left to pay the price? That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Peggy Herman. I live at 3633 Green Valley Road. My farm is not in Bear County, but I am a farmer. And so I wrote some notes to say things that happen at a farm. Besides myself, I also drive on Weir Road and Green Valley Road, Trainer Hill Road when I go bowling at Bexar, which is also in Bear County. We pronounce it differently. On the way over there, it's a beautiful, beautiful drive. But as y'all probably know, Weir Road crosses Cibolo Creek. So some of the things that was interested to me was looking at the drawings that you've got some connectors that you're planning. I'm not sure how that affects the UDC or if you take land away or if it's grandfathered. But things about a farm, we use heavy equipment. We use tractors. We burn and clear land. We have smokehouses and chicken coops. We spray. We use herbicides, fertilizer, and I have part of my property in wildlife management, which means I have pond management, I leave dead trees for waterfowl, I inventory wildlife, and I hunt. Are these the things that's going to be available to these people that you're changing to an R2? Thank you.
Reagan Arawi. I'm at 7993 Trainer Hill Road, Unit 4. For 14 years, we've been dealing with the development agreements, and I've asked the question of the things we had heard about, that we were going to be held to codes that are specifically for city stuff. You know, and 14 years ago, it was no barbed wire, and you had, if your cattle broke out, you had to get a permit to fix your fence. Okay, for 14 years we've been asking that, and we were told at the very beginning the 14 years was going to be used to update 4 agricultural uses. I mean, specific enough. Okay, we've heard the story about over on Hakerville Road that the one farmer had the cattle break out, and the cop stopped and issued a ticket for him for fixing his fence. That's where you're getting us with all the vagueness. At the last council meeting, the first council meeting in April, I brought it up, and we did talk to council members during the break, and they consulted with the city attorney, and their comment was, "We'll just fix it." You're bending the rules, basically. If you're going to have what you can use, and if it's barbed wire, if you're going to outmode it, you're going to have to replace it for us, because some of us have invested thousands of dollars in barbed wire. Okay, when you start talking with council and you can't ever get anything from them on the specifics on when you're going to sit there and have a code enforcement officer roll up there and say, "You can't do that. You can't do that fence," or "That fence isn't good enough." You know, because y'all had some rules in your city, is that you could not see livestock within 1,000 feet of your house. I think it was actually of your kitchen window. It's details like that that leave us in that vague area. Okay, we're going to stay ag for whatever period of time till we decide to whether we get annexed or not. I am against the annexation. But you are so vague that anybody could come up there and nail you. And that's what we feel like we're being set up to be, just nailed, because it's so vague. You know, structures, to build a doghouse, you have to get a permit. My next door neighbor just put up a metal building, $2,800 for a permit. You're putting a burden on everybody, and you're being vague about it. And even your city attorney, it says, "Oh, just fix it. Just fix it." That's too vague. I'm German. You know, Germans need rules, but we also have questions, and we like to have the questions answered. And we've been waiting 14 years to have specific rules. I mean, if you're gonna mess around with us, okay, let's have something to argue about. But being vague so that you can nail us on any little thing, then that's ridiculous. And for 14 years, it took the state to actually pass a bill for y'all to attach to it. And it's still pretty vague. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Minerva Rodriguez, and I live off of property 390 for Bosey Lane, and I have lived there for the past 18 years. The last time when the property got annexed, I didn't receive a letter. We were not aware of it. As time passed by, I lived there for all these years without a water meter by my house. My water meter is about more than a mile or about a mile away from my house in the Engle Road, and I live at the Frobosi behind the Parkland subdivision. We have come many, many, many times to ask the favor to please give us a water meter. I have 3 children who have drank contaminated water. I have about 5 water filters at my house. I have contacted zoology, which never answer my phone calls anymore, and have come many times to the city of Schertz. And all we get is that we're in pre-development, that MBU serves us, and MBU is willing to release us to the city of Schertz, but the Green Valley Water at city of Schertz will not take us. So I just want to, that I'm opposed to all this because, and not only that, the subdivision got built right in front of my property and on the side of my property, Parkland subdivision. Yet they get city of water. What do I get? Nothing. I still struggling with the water. I have to share my water with 4 other neighbors down the road, and Frobosi Lane that's going towards Engle Road. That road is not open yet. One of them is fully handicapped, and we do many phone calls and nobody listens to us. One answer that I got, you know what? Just get one of those big old containers because that's as far as we can go for you. So I don't know if any of y'all have children, grandchildren. What kind of water are your children drinking? How do you go to sleep? How do you do it if you had a child saying, Mom, I have the soap all over my face and I have no water? And you have to call every single neighbor to see if anybody has the water hose open outside. And then we beg so many times for water. So we're all humans. And we're here to do justice for one another. This is what we represent. This is what the state of the United States represents. So let's do for one another. I know that a lot of people are just by numbers. I like numbers as well. I know that compared to many houses that you can put on my property that have 5 acres, what bill, which is more, a one water bill, of maybe $200 a month, or $1,000 of water bills that you can get out of those properties. I know there's a way sometimes to push us away from our private property or from my property. I enjoy my corner. You know why I enjoy it? Because I enjoy the nature. I know that, everything grows, everything changes, but please just have some mercy over us. And when you do changes, don't just think about numbers. Think about you doing to others, and think about that God watches everything. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? No? One more time? All right, it is 6:57 p.m. and the public input is closed. Commissioners? Let me start real quick by saying thank you for your input. Silly me, I thought this was a pretty straightforward issue. Apparently I was wrong, so thank you. Emily? So commissioners, anybody before I start? All right. What I'd like to try to do is get a few answers, okay? First of all, I'm not sure everyone really understands the whole. This amendment is intended to allow them, if they're doing agriculture now, it's intended to allow them to continue agriculture use on their property regardless of what it gets rezoned to. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Part of my problem as a commissioner that I struggle with is we hear from you folks before you hear from us. Okay. I will tell you right now that a lot of things that I've heard are on my list to talk about, but my turn comes after you've all, so sometimes I think it's a little backwards. It might be better if you got to hear what we thought before you had anything. So let me go down my list here real quick. If I understand correctly, if they want to build another residence on their farm, it's 5 acres per unit. So if they only have 9 acres, they can't put a second house on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did the 5 acres come from?
So the 5 acres is tied to the state requirement for platting is essentially where we came up with that. what the minimum property size is when you have to subdivide. So go back to what Mr. Schertz said. You want to transfer ownership of property, again, state law, city code triggers when you have to plat the property. So that was part of the logic of the 5 acres, is to stay consistent with that, so somebody didn't run afoul and think, well, I can put a house on it and I can transfer ownership, when in fact they couldn't, per other laws.
Okay, so again, hypothetically, I have a 9-acre farm.
Okay.
And all I want to do is build a house for my son and his family who's going to help me run the farm. If all I want to do is build that house, I'm not going to give it, it's not going to not transfer any property to him. All we're doing is build another house. Then the 5 acres per unit would not apply, correct?
No, the 5 acres would apply. So again, it's at what we've set for the proposal, and you could change it, Commissioner. You could make it 50 feet if you wanted, right? We set it at 5 acres because, again, what we're talking about are agricultural uses. And again, the idea was child needs to come out, live there, help. You know, again, at some point, if we set it at 1/4 of an acre, so somebody's got a 1/2 acre and they're raising crops on it, and say, well, I need to build a 2nd and a 3rd house on that 1/2 acre for my children to help me, I'm not sure that's really valid.
Okay.
Now, again, you can decide what you want that to be. And so the commission can make a recommendation to say, I want to cut that down to 1/4 of an acre.
All right, well, I'm confused again.
Okay.
Okay. Number one, you say right here they don't have to plat the property. It's one of the exceptions.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, going back to my hypothetical, I have, so again, what I'm reading is 5 acres per unit.
That's correct.
So 2 houses means 10 acres.
That's correct. To not subdivide, you have to have 10 acres to have 2 houses.
But if they don't subdivide, all they want to do is put another house on it.
You've got to have 10 acres. Again, what staff proposed in the code was 5 acres. The logic of that was the minimum size requirement that triggers platting. But the commission, and this is what your purview is, you could make a recommendation to set that at whatever size you want. Again, I would simply caution that the intent of this was to support, as we've heard, folks, these agricultural operations. And at some point, does that size shrink down to the point that the basis is not really to support the agricultural operations? It can, you would argue it gets too small, and it doesn't. What that number should be, though, whether it's 5 acres, an acre, a 1/2 acre, 3 acres, that's certainly up to this commission to make a recommendation on. I would argue, or I would caution, though, and some of you who've been on a long time may remember when we struggled to deal with zoning south of Randolph, we heard a lot of these same issues. So there are an infinite number of situations with people with varying sizes of property, and whatever you recommend, I think there is likely to be somebody who is, great, I'm just over that, I can build this, and there's somebody who's likely to be just under that and is frustrated.
Okay.
But that was the logic of why it was 5 acres. The intent was, again, this agricultural operations, and we want to continue ag operations and have our children or a relative be on the property, have a worker, and the assumption is how many houses do you need to operate agricultural purposes on, say, 5 acres? I mean, you could make it an acre and say, really takes 5 houses and 5 families living on that 5 acres to run it. At that point, I'm not sure how much room you have for other things. Again, the other point I will make, and this goes to the other with regard to platting, and this goes to some of the comments that we heard about people saying, I don't want to be RA, or I want to be RA, I don't want to be R2. R2 has a smaller lot size, so if they came in and platted off a portion of it, then they could build another house on the property. It would just have to be on a separate lot. So there's a way to build more. It just triggers the plating to do that. At whatever you, and again, that's at whatever you set the lot size at, unless you set that minimum to not plat at the minimum for the zoning, which would be 8,400 under the R2.
Okay, can you address the question about building permits? How long does it take to get one, and what code are you going to use for somebody that wants to put up a pole barn?
Sure. So let me offer this. I appreciate Dr. Pinshorn's comment. What we did when we wrote the provision, to try to not be too wordy and too long, but we can certainly look at amending that, is we have a broad section that's construction of maintenance building, equipment, sheds, barn, accessory buildings, animal cages, etc. His point is well taken. One of the changes that staff likely would consider before going to council, and you could certainly make this recommendation, is that staff split those sections out instead of grouping them all on one, but split them up to make clear what would require it. I appreciate some of his sentiment. I would argue that if someone's going to build a habitable structure, that we would want to go through the permitting process to make sure it's safe to be a habitable structure. I can certainly appreciate some people here probably have that knowledge and expertise to be able to do that. I would argue that other folks certainly don't. You know, for instance, a structure that doesn't have any running water, doesn't have a septic system, or doesn't have any sewage. To me, that's not safe. I doubt anyone's living in that situation, but we may have folks here who that's what they would do. So our recommendation would be to split it to make clear what requires a permit, what doesn't. The length of time it takes for a permit, as you know, depends on the complexity of what they're trying to build and what the uses are and things like that. So it's hard for me to say this is how long it would take.
So you would suggest that we change this to only require permits for habitable structures?
I wouldn't quite go that far yet. What I would say is that we split section BB2, would be what I would recommend, into multiple groupings, and we can certainly chat with Dr. Pinshorn, chat with the other folks and see what suggestions they have on it, and then make a recommendation to split that out to articulate what requires a permit and what doesn't going forward. Because, yeah, again, what we heard is, you know, if somebody's looking to build a lean-to for a cow under it, yeah, I'm not sure that needs a permit. But again, when we describe a small shed, and as you've done this work, what one person's definition of a small shed is very different than someone else's definition of a small shed, and we've got a 2,000 square foot building going up, right? For example, that may be in the floodplain. So one of the reasons that there is to get a permit is to make sure that they're not doing something that's problematic. But again, I can appreciate the comment, and our recommendation would be to go back between now and council, split that up to clearly articulate which types require it and which don't, or under what circumstances. For instance, currently we don't require a permit for a shed if it's less than 120 square feet.
10 by 12.
Right. Yeah. So again, let me come back if I may. And again, while folks may say this is not even necessary, don't bother with this provision, we can certainly go back and look at a different size requirement for an ag operation. But again, I would stand there and argue, if you want to build a 2,000 square foot shed, yeah, you probably need a permit for that. And again, these are the realities that we get into.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, and I think that's, personally, you know, just one person speaking, I think that would be a better approach, is to further refine these.
Sure.
Is there any way you could do that and come back to us before it goes to?
We could certainly. We have a meeting, I believe, on the 15th. You could continue this public hearing to the 15th, and we could come back for next week on this one. Yes, sir.
All right. Somebody asked about, again, hypothetically, city annexes the property, rezones at R2. So the farming operation is now a non-conforming use.
Mm-hmm.
tornado comes through town and rips up the barn and the house, do they get to rebuild that? Because of my understanding of non-conforming uses, there's a lot of limits on what you can and can't do.
Yeah, so I think, and this goes back to what you set that size requirement on necessarily. I certainly don't have a problem. I think the intent was if you can build a structure, you could rebuild the structure. So I certainly appreciate the comment and don't have a problem if we modify Section B again and articulate that would allow a structure destroyed by an act of God to be rebuilt. Happy to add that provision. We can add that in.
Fire, flood, earthquake.
Yeah, fire, flood. It's not somebody chooses to knock it down,
Okay.
right? But it's through an act of God, and we can wordsmith the
Okay.
language.
Another hypothetical, what if I want to add a bedroom? Can I do that in a non-conforming use?
So, again, I don't know that we had.
Well, again, Brian, I don't mean to put
Yeah.
you on the spot, but the whole intent here is to comply with state law and allow ag operations to continue even if we annex the property.
So I'm not sure that the ag operations under state law references someone on a house expanding that house. They can't grow it unlimited. They can't cross a building setback line. So again, fair comment, we could stipulate how big they could build that house, going forward. Happy to add that.
All right. Someone expressed a concern about code compliance showing up and saying that that barn is non-compliant, it doesn't meet code requirements, or your house doesn't meet code requirements. Is that going to happen?
It quite possibly could happen, yeah. Yes, sir.
I mean, you can't show up at my house. My house is 34 years old in a subdivision. You can't show up there and say, well, you don't meet the current building code. You have to do this and that and the other thing. You can't do that, can you?
So no, sir. To be clear, we can't show up and say your house doesn't meet current building code. That wasn't what I understood your question to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I meant.
The question was much broader than that as I took it.
Okay.
And so if, for example, the question is, or if your point is, or if folks' point is, that we should not be able to show up at a house or a structure that is deemed unsafe and unfit for human habitancy and occupancy. So for instance, say that structure is in danger because it's so damaged, decayed, dilapidated, structurally unsafe, or faulty construction or unstable that partial collapse is possible. If your question is, could the city show up and say, this is a problem and take action on it? Yes, right? If your question is, could the city say, well, a structure is unfit for human occupancy? So for example, it's whenever we find it's unsafe or unlawful because of the degree to which it's in disrepair, lacks maintenance, is unsanitary, vermin or rat infested, contains filth or other contamination, or lacks ventilation, illumination, sanitary or heating facilities, lacks current water or electric utilities, or other essential equipment required under this code, or because the structure is a hazard to the occupants, yes, we would go out. I'm not sure you would want us to say, well, did you know that house was unsafe? And us to say, oh yeah, we did, but we're indifferent to that, right? I mean, that's the code that applies to everybody in the city. So yeah, if it's unsafe, we're going to go out.
I think you've clarified that. And, my experience is code compliance works by complaints, and they're not out there being proactive anyway. But let's talk about the fence thing. Because unless you've changed the rules, I can repair my fence at my house without a permit. As long as I put up the same thing that's there, I can do that without a permit.
That's
I
right.
think the issue is I can't put up a barbed wire fence at my house.
You cannot, because you don't have an agricultural operation
Okay.
that would allow you to put up a barbed wire
Well,
fence.
so you know where I'm going with
All
this
right.
then. So right
See?
now, these folks are in the county, unincorporated, they use barbed wire. If they're annexed and are now in the city, are they going to be able to continue to use?
Yeah, there is a
barbed wire?
provision, you have it not on the phone, that stipulates chicken wire and barbed wire are prohibited except on parcels 1 acre or greater. So again, we got a different size standard in conjunction with the containment of livestock or farm animals.
Okay.
So again, we're happy to modify this section because I think it's a good point in terms of repairing, constructing, to make that clear. But yeah, there's a provision that says if it's for, but it's an acre minimum. So I just want to be clear, if you got a half acre,
Okay.
doesn't apply.
And then the question of folks that were already annexed out there and currently have the pre-development zoning. I think you heard what the gentleman had to say in his question about, so now everybody that you're bringing in now, you want to zone R2 so they can build R2 and they don't have to rezone, but if I want to do it, because I came in early and I'm in pre, now I have to pay for the whole, do we have an answer for that?
Yeah, so let me say this. We've had a couple people come in to rezone on pre. I'm not sure we have large. You know, we can certainly look at something. If the commissioner's recommendation would be, for example, to waive the fee on rezones from pre to a permanent zoning district, you could tack that onto your recommendation that we amend the code to do that, or amend the fee schedule to do that. Right, so that would be a way to do that.
Okay, and this one is probably applicable to all these this evening. I think when you get into the next one, you'll show the red line and the notification requirements and all that, but what's the mailing requirement? You know, the lady said 10 days. Is that 10 days for you to put it in the mail?
10 days to put it in the mail.
Not 10 days for them to receive it?
No.
Okay.
And again,
I agree.
while I can appreciate that, on the one hand, I'm not sure how we require the post office to
Well,
whatever get it there whenever it gets it
Yeah.
there. And again, the irony as usual is folks are
And
here.
that's state law, not
It's
city
state
ordinance?
law and then it's referenced in the city code. Yes.
Okay. All right, those are the questions I wrote down. Commissioners?
Related to the fence question, when you were reading, whatever you were reading, you included the 1 acre or greater ag use, and then you said livestock and animals. How about if I just want to use barbed wire on my cornfield? Can I do that?
Yeah, it says livestock and chickens, and so it would, a tight reading of it would be no.
How about if we just say agricultural
Yeah,
uses?
so you could certainly, again, make a recommendation that we add this provision on non-conforming to stipulate it applies to all ag uses.
Make it so. Back on the 5 acre platting thing. Okay, I'm a farmer and my house is on a 5 acre lot and I farm 200 acres behind that on a separate lot. And I want to put a family member on my lot and it's only 5 acres. Can I put 1 or 2 family members on that 5 acres?
So what I would say is if you have a tract of land that's 5 acres, per the way it's written, you could put 1 house on it. If you own an adjacent 200 acres, right, then you could go in and put that house on that 200 acres. And in fact, you could put, per it's proposed, you could put 40 houses on that 200 acres.
Yeah, see, I don't like that part. If I, if
Yeah,
I
again,
have
I certainly appreciate the sentiment. It seems I've got this and I've got that. I'm not sure we can solve for every hypothetical, and I would beware of unintended consequences, right? Because essentially, unless you're okay with that, unless you're okay with saying, look, I've got effectively 205 acres, and so what I want to do is put 30 houses on the 5 acres, then that would be, you could write something like that.
That's a lot of family and workers.
It is, and again, the intent of this, and I'm going to go back a little bit to 5 acre, is that the assumption is we've got this agricultural operation. We either have someone who works there or a family that would assist with that. That's why we set it at 5 acres, right? It's while you may have children and say, I want to subdivide your lot to put another house on, you can't do that. At some point it gets too small, I think, and it becomes, whether it should be 5 or not. But then the other, what we run into is, again, if someone's violated the plating, then that becomes a problem. And so that's something that, as this commission knows, we have happened that's problematic.
Yeah, I haven't thought about this enough to offer a solution, but I'm not happy with the 5 acres. I think it ought to be something smaller than that, especially in an agricultural operation where I got family members. But
And my only question to you is, if it's not 5 acres, at what point does it become so small that it's not really an agricultural operation anymore? It's a series of houses on tracts of land.
I'm including a residential property of 5 acres, and then I'm farming 200 behind it. That's 2 separate properties. If I want to put more than one house on the 5 acres, I should be able to. If I want to put 2 or 3 or 4 on that 5 acres, I should be able to, and maintain the integrity of the 200 behind me to do whatever I want with it.
My question then, so Commissioner, you can recommend that. You can recommend this to allow on a tract of land that you can build, you can reduce that size, and you can say you take the overall acreage of property owned by that individual, and that's factored into it. I would caution you on that in terms of what that would lead to. But because again, my question then would be is, so what would that size be? What would the minimum size be to?
What would the minimum size be of what? The total
For a
acreage
residential structure to be built?
Well, let me jump in here, Richard. What's the minimum, if I want to come in and subdivide a piece of property, what's right now, what's the minimum requirement?
It depends on what the zoning is. So if you were zoned R2, you could come in and subdivide 8,400 square foot minimum lots and put a structure on each of those.
So that you wouldn't say, for some reason I was thinking there was we had some kind of a minimum acreage to subdivide. That's not true?
5 acres, which is why we came up with the 5 acres. So you could set that at whatever amount you would want it to be.
Well, and again, the whole concept here is to preserve the right for agricultural operation, okay? And so if your intent is to cut your lot in half and give half of it to your son, I'm not sure that's within the scope of what this is meant to do.
That is not what this was necessarily meant to do.
What I thought was, because I'll give you my daughter and son-in-law live out in rural Mississippi, and again, it's an incorporated area, so maybe the rules don't apply. But the property itself, and I don't know how many acres it is, it's probably somewhere 15 to 20 acres, is actually owned by my son-in-law's brother, who has a residence. And next door to him, his mother has a residence. And then, I don't know, about 300 feet away is my daughter and my son-in-law. So there are 3 residences on that one piece of property owned by one person.
Right.
Okay. Now, my son-in-law knows up front that he may own the structure he's living in, but he doesn't own the property that it's sitting on. And so I keep coming back to this, that if I own a farm and I've got a house, and I want to build a house for my son, okay, as long as I'm not transferring ownership of the property, since platting, it says right here, platting is not required. So I keep coming back to that.
Right,
You
so,
know? I mean, okay, because if you look at a lot of the appraisal district, if you look at their maps out there, it's typical that the residence itself is one lot, and then the farm around it is another lot. I see that a lot out there. Ex-councilman Dalla's property was like that, but there's a lot of it out there like that. Yeah, I'm not sure where I was going with that.
yeah, so
But
again,
here-
if I may.
But here's where I'm ending up, Brian, is we keep talking about changing this and changing it. Well, I've lost track of how many changes we want to make of this before we send it to city council.
Yeah, let me say this, Commissioner, and again, this is maybe the irony of these things. In light of some of the concerns we routinely staff and criticism staff faces from this commission over development that occurs that you don't like, you're welcome to reduce the size as low as you want. But if you ever come back and say, Brian, how did this happen? My answer is going to be, because you took this provision that was intended in good faith by staff for somebody who said, look, I've farmed and I've ranched this land and I've got 200 acres and I've got my one house on it, and I want to build a house for my kid on that 200 acres to help me on the property, whatever, going forward. That seemed reasonable to us. But if you've got an acre, and what we want is, because you have 5 kids, you want to add an additional 5 houses on that acre, that was not what the intent of this was intended to be. And so we can certainly argue, at what point have you cut those down so small that it's not really an agricultural purpose anymore, and we're just granting a right that no one else has? That was the logic. And again, I want to say this. This was intended where you did not have to come in and subdivide. If, again, you've got that scenario where you have 9 acres, you're zoned R2, you can put a second house on that property, but you have to come in and plat. Again, I think staff's concern is, and you know this because you'll see cases come forward and staff says it's not prohibited under the regulation. And so what the intent of this was the concern we've got. But if you want to start getting it much smaller than that, right? Because again, go back, if you want to allow it, you could allow it here less than a half acre. Again, I'm not sure how you don't connect to sewer on that, right? So I mean, at some point there's a size, but if the intent of this is for an agricultural operation that I want to add an additional house for a family member or somebody who works there, to me, at some point, it's so small that it defeats the purpose of what the intent was, and you have to follow the normal process. And I think that's where staff has a real concern, is that as we go down this path, we see a lot of different ways that people can come in and do things in terms of clustering on, 205 acres, and I've got 40 houses on that 5-acre piece. Because of I happen to have this other that's not being used for anything. That wasn't what the intent of this was to be. Now, if the commission wants to allow that, you can, but that wasn't the intent.
If I could, real quick, just step in. So dealing with this specific thing professionally, I completely agree that 5 acres should be your minimum. In the fact that not only are you going to create potential issues just in having these just get smaller and smaller and smaller, but the potential access issues and utility connection issues that is going to create over time. You're going to have so many, by splitting 5 acres into just an unlimited number of lots, those lots might not be held. It might be held by son number 1 for 3 years, he sells to someone, well, if he has to cut through son number two's land and they're not cool with that, I mean, you're really setting up yourself for just a lot of infrastructure issues by avoiding having to go through the normal subdivision process to create a lot that is entitled to development, is entitled to all these things that, I understand why you would set the 5 acres, and I agree that you would have that opportunity, but it just seems like going any smaller would be opening yourself up to these potential issues immediately that are going to come with having to support all these new houses that aren't going through your normal review and normal platting process to accommodate your growth. So.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Well, I'm at a little disadvantage here. What is your professional experience? We haven't met yet, so.
Oh, yeah, so.
What is your professional experience?
I oversee platting for the city of San Antonio, and we have a number of exemptions that allow people to, if you have a certain number of acres, you don't have to plat. So a big one for us is if you have 10 acres outside city limits in the ETJ, you can get up to 3 utility meters, but it's under common ownership. So one person has common ownership of over 10 or more acres, you can get those 3 additional utility meters. And I see a lot of issues that you're going to be creating if you put this any lower than 5 acres, just with access, with utility planning, with just planning infrastructure in general. I think 5 is a decent number. I understand why we're doing it. I understand not having to plat for wanting to have an additional dwelling unit for your family member or for employees in this. I mean, the fact that you're enabling employees to, is that transferring the ownership to?
It's not transferring the ownership. So
Okay,
again, it
so
stays under one ownership.
Okay.
But as you may know, as the commission may know, what we have happen on occasion is despite what state law clearly lays out for when a plat is required, we have people show up who have not transferred ownership in accordance with that and come in and want to do something. And the problem is you didn't follow the rule for platting. And so, yeah, part of our concern on this is to avoid having somebody saying, well, I followed this regulation, but I didn't know there was this other regulation. And that's reasonable, but it still leaves the problem it leaves. And those problems can be significant. And again, let me sort of offer this. I think what we intended to do with this, and we want to be cautious, is for this continuity of agricultural uses, right? But as we've seen, how many property owners have we had come in who at one point said, this is always going to be ag? And then you look perplexed when it's in for a development application.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Does the 5 acres, I've got my house, and I've got 9 acres that I'm raising chickens on. Can I put a second house on that?
Nope, you got to have 10 acres to get a second house.
Okay.
Or go through platting, correct?
Or go through platting, that's correct. There's a way to do it, just not without the platting.
Correct, and I think that's the biggest thing I've heard among a lot of the commissioners is just the confusion of there is a way to do it, it's just going through the process.
That's right. Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Hector.
How you doing this evening? I want to go real briefly regarding the purpose of the mailing, the notification, right, to let residents know that this is coming up for discussion. So simply, what is the purpose with the emphasis on purpose in sending the mailings to the residents?
Yeah, it's to inform the property owner that there is a zoning event occurring in their vicinity, which is also the same purpose we have for the signs being up.
Okay.
Yeah, my understanding, excuse me, is that there is no, for an amendment to the UDC, there is no public notification requirement, correct?
There would not be
The
for this
public
one.
hearing notice is published, but we don't send notices out. It's only on zoning and special use
We
permits.
would not on this one.
Right.
Some we would. This one we would not.
Okay.
Sir, you can sit out there and quote things to me all night long, okay? All I know is, no, I'm not going to have this discussion, okay? The city does what the city does. If they're not following the rules, then file a complaint with somebody, okay? So, and as I said before, this is not a two-way conversation. You folks had your chance to say your comments. It's now our turn, okay?
So if I may, Commissioner, again, to sort of summarize, the intent.
I'm sorry, Brian, I can't believe we've spent an hour talking about a lousy UDC amendment, okay? That tells me I'm going to spend, what, half the night when we get to talking about the rezoning request?
We may very well, yes, sir.
You know, this whole thing was intended to make things easier for you people, to answer your concerns about whether or not you'd be able to continue farming your property. And yet, all we've done is get down in the weeds and get wrapped around the axle on technicalities. Okay?
So if I may, Chairperson, again, this applies when you have an agricultural use. It's not contingent upon zoning. So appreciation, Mr. Schott, we talked before. You're zoned R2, if you're zoned RA, and you're an ag use, this would apply to you. And so the intent was to benefit, and so it doesn't jam you up on that. And I can catch you after because we can't do questions, but I'm trying to hit the questions with that. And so again, this would also apply to someone who's not being annexed now, but is in the city with an ag operation as well. So it goes beyond the folks to be annexed, anybody with an ag operation, because that seems fair and appropriate, I think was a good point. The idea certainly was to, because of some of the concerns we heard, one of the big ones was building that additional structure. I'll be very blunt. I think we've been very generous even at the 5-acre minimum because the intent was this is an agricultural operation and the intent was that these were people, family members or workers to assist. And again, as I said, at some point when you start shrinking that down too much, it's not really an ag operation, it's something other than that. And there is a path forward for those folks. That path forward simply entails following the rules that everyone else has to, which involves plating and construction of infrastructure to ensure we don't have a problem. So staff is recommending though, and again, I appreciate Dr. Pinshorn's point, we can go in and make a modification, and we'll certainly appreciate folks send an email or I'll chat with them after, as to split that up to make more clear what types of things really require a permit and what don't, because it's fair enough that a lean-to for a cow that's given birth I don't care about. But the flip side is, I hope everybody would agree, a 2,000 square foot barn or shed, people are going to be in, we need a permit for that. I appreciate Commissioner Bros and Mr. Raway's comment about the barbed wire, and would agree that's intended to play with ag operations. My initial would be as long as that is held to behind the property line, doesn't create a sight distance issue, I wouldn't think we need a permit on a barbed wire fence because of how they're constructed. You don't run into those same issues. So again, good point. We can add that modification in there as well. The other, and I appreciate the thing with code enforcement and the comment. So we don't go out on a non-conforming structure because there's virtually, unless your house was built within the last 4 years, it doesn't comply with the current residential building code, right? That's not what we're worried about. But I do want to be real clear. If you've got a substandard structure, per the definition, that may be a problem and we may have to go out and deal with it, right? That's the kind of thing it's trying to keep people safe. And there is a process we have to go through that for those folks to have their day in court, to stand up and say they don't think it meets the definition of that going forward. And so again, the intent of this was to provide greater assurances, and I appreciate Mr. Raway and Mr. Pinchler and Mr. Schott's point, and some of the other folks, that we don't want you to run afoul of something that was intended for a suburbanized area while you're still sort of in a bit of a rural setting. I hope you can appreciate the balance we are trying to find, though, as most of you rapidly see going on around you. Much of that area that's been rural is swiftly becoming suburban, developed, and we can only go so far for things like that. But yeah, the intent of this, and I can appreciate, and I apologize for the woman, I don't recall your name, otherwise mention it, that yeah, you're gonna put down manure, right? And so when people call up who live in houses next to you going, I got this smell, it's an ag operation. And no offense to the people in Parklands, what did you think when you moved in was gonna happen? They were going to spray pesticides. They are going to burn, but, and I think I saw him here somewhere, may still be, but not everybody burns in the way they should, right? You got it right, and that's, so we've got folks do the right thing, do it the way it's supposed to, and you got people who don't. So we have to find that balance. But the intent of this is to allow you to continue those operations. And frankly, part of this is so that when something happens next to you and they call and complain, we have the ability to say they can keep doing that stuff. And there's a reg and it's passed and it's for that to occur. But it's a balance with that going forward. And I mean that sincerely. And again, it's struggle on both sides. So that's the intent. We're happy to make those amendments. If you want to continue the public hearing and bring it back next week, we'll certainly take comments from folks. We'll work as swiftly as we can on that draft, get it published on the website so folks have a little more time to look at it, take calls, happy to sit down and meet with you and kind of go over that. Because again, other than Emily, I don't know that anybody on planning staff, their family is in the agricultural operations. So a lot of questions went to her, a lot of questions went to some of the other folks on staff who are familiar with that. So happy to have those conversations with you. And so if the commission would like to continue it, what we would like to do, though, when we can do that with a continuation, is we'd like to have this catch up to council at that annexation and zoning, because truly the intent with staff was, before that annexation action occurred, you knew if this regulation had been passed or not. Again, as I said, not that it's going to make you change your mind on whether you want to be annexed or not, but at least you know council had passed that or they hadn't before that action occurs. That was the intent of moving this forward quickly. And so happy to continue. We can make those modifications. Happy to go out and chat with some of the folks after the meeting tonight to take better notes. But what we'd like to do is catch it up at council, and we can do that with a continuation.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to make a motion to approve the amendment as requested and then let staff make those making those changes prior to going to council to stay on their timeline.
Second.
Second was Ms. Carbone. Now, just to clarify for me, Mr. Wallace, what can you be a little more specific about?
Yeah, so, I mean, they talked about adding those changes in between now and council.
Redoing BB2, I think is.
Yeah,
right?
so specifically the permitting, I do see the, yeah, I think clarifying that what would require a permit and what would not would benefit this, but there's nothing else in this amendment that.
The barbed wire fence for.
Correct, and
the barbed wire fence.
the items that we talked, but there's nothing else in this amendment that screams that we need to wait another week when what you're wanting to do is keep this with the proposed annexation, so.
All right.
I move to
Yeah. All right, thank you, sir. So I have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Any questions on the motion? If not, please record your vote.
We'll need to add the note about fencing.
Brian mentioned that.
Yeah, and the fencing as well,
Well,
yes.
but the motion didn't, so let's do the fencing.
So I think we already had a motion, a second that covered that. So I believe his motion covered that.
correct. It was the permitting and the fencing as we had discussed, or as Brian had discussed.
We're good? Everybody ready to vote? Please. All right, I have 7 votes recorded. You please publish that vote. We have 5 in favor, 2 opposed, the motion passes. All right, moving right along, item 5B.
Do my spiel again.
All right, please. Item 5B, PLZC 2024-0091. Hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a request to rezone approximately 498.2 acres of land to single-family residential R2, known as Comal County Property Identification Numbers 79004, 79006, 78976, 78960, 78957, and Guadalupe County Property Identification Numbers 68374, 61615, 68384, 68385, 68383, 61511, 61609, 68381, 68378, 68382, 68380, 68377, 61614, 63992, and to rezone approximately 132.6 acres of land to General Business District, known as Comal County Property Identification Numbers 79018, 75449, 78923, 374148, 374146, 374145, 374144, 374147, 78218, 79009, and a portion of 79012, and to rezone approximately 262.9 acres of land to Manufacturing District Light M1, known as Comal County Property Identification Numbers 79001, 78945, 78946, 75480, 78247, 79017, 75468, 75462, 75463, and a portion of 79012, Comal in Guadalupe County, Texas.
Well read. So again, what is happening here, and again, it's a little bit odd because it's part of a larger process, is we're seeking a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission on how to zone these properties. These properties are not yet in the city. They're going forward to council for annexation. Council will make the determination whether or not to approve the annexation. Should they approve the annexation, and I appreciate the comment before and the lament about the pre and the problems, is state law stipulates that properties are to be zoned in conformance and zoning regulations are to be done in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan. And that's why pre not generally being shown on our comprehensive land to be a use would not be appropriate. Again, in double checking the agreement that I looked at, I believe there's a provision that the city can zone to pre or as appropriate based on land use plan, permanent zoning, and that's what we're doing here going forward. So again, ironically, we're trying to avoid the problem the gentleman spoke about of being pre and give this permanent zoning. One of the additional benefits of that, and we hear this a lot again for folks, is when I bought this property or started doing something, I didn't know what could happen on the property next to me going forward. And so by zoning consistent with the comprehensive land, one of the benefits of that is it gives people notice that this is what the current zoning is, and based on that zoning, this is what can be done with the property. Now, to be clear, people can always request a rezone. The city potentially could come in and do a city-initiated rezone, but it provides some clarity as to use of the property. Again, for the folks who are here, and this is not to somehow change their mind that now I see the light, I want to be in the city, With the last item, the intent was to make clear that if you are doing an agricultural use, we're trying to allow you to continue to do that with some disruption, but limit that disruption on that. And so with that provision, whether you're zoned to commercial or a smaller lot residential, you could continue doing those things. The irony of that is we may have their neighboring property owners saying, I don't want them ever to be able to do this other thing. But that's the challenge we have at the city is we make recommendations on land use for folks consistent with the comprehensive plan. And so that doesn't mean everybody gets to do whatever they want with their property, because what they do with their property impacts the city's infrastructure, impacts the city's delivery of services, and it impacts their neighboring property owners. And so under that, what we are recommending is conformance with the comprehensive plan. I'll say this before Emily gets going. As those of you who've been on the commission a while or been in this business a while, you understand, we often have residential property owners show up. In fact, it's rare that we have a zoning case where there are residential neighbors next door who don't have concerns fundamentally about the development of that property in a way that's not just like theirs. But to be a sustainable city, we need a range of uses. We need a range of residential lot sizes and housing types, and frankly, we need commercial uses, because on the one hand, we get people lament, there's no place to shop. I don't have a place to get gas. But we often have people say, I just don't want that gas station next door to me. Put it down a block or 2 blocks next door. And so again, the zoning, even where we've recommended commercial, is appropriate from a staff perspective based on our comprehensive plan, which assumes the development of our city continues. And so again, for the folks, again, reference Dr. Pinshore, and I hope he doesn't mind, who's lived here for his whole life, generations, he's seen a whole lot of change. It is a very different community than it was. Not all of that change is good, as I've heard him say, and from his perspective. And so again, while I appreciate folks who may have bought in a neighborhood and don't want commercial, that property's proximity to major roadways, I-35 Eckert Road, staff feels makes it appropriate for commercial development. And if you zone it as residential, I would bet you, dollars to donuts, that at some point, if that develops residential, the next piece when they come in, those folks would lament having general business next to them that's right up on the freeway. And so at some point you have to transition those uses going forward. You've got to have that, and we've seen that before. And again, I'll point to Schertz Parkway, where we've got commercial zoning up and down Schertz Parkway next to residential neighborhoods of different sizes and scales based on that. So with that, I'll be quiet, let Emily go on.
Okay, so as some background, in 2010-2011, the City of Schertz entered into delayed annexation development agreements with property owners based on Texas Local Government Code Section 43.035 and 212.172 in order to guarantee the continuation of the extraterritorial status of the land for the term of the agreement and authorize the enforcement of all regulations and planning authority of the city that did not interfere with the use of the land for agricultural or wildlife management or as timberland. Per the agreements that were signed and executed, annexation at end of term stipulates that 10 years after the effective date of the agreement, the property is to be annexed into the City of Schertz. In 2020 and 2021, the City of Schertz City Council authorized the city manager and staff to offer development agreement extensions based on the nationwide and statewide declaration of public health emergency, specifically COVID. In addition to the development agreement extensions, it would allow city staff to complete the comprehensive land use plan update, which would be utilized when zoning the annexed properties. These extensions would provide the same rights as previously established in the original agreements, but would delay the annexation of the properties to a later date. The prohibition on annexation would be in effect until January 1st, 2024, at which time the City of Schertz would begin annexation proceedings and conclude them no later than December 31st. So at this time, that first date identified in the agreement, January 1st, has passed. Additionally, the approval of Ordinance 24S06, the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, has officially been adopted and can be utilized for zoning cases moving forward. Per the development agreement extensions, city staff has started the annexation and zoning process in accordance with these extensions. At the April 16th, the City Council meeting, Resolution 24R41 was approved, accepting the petitions for voluntary annexation for the parcels identified in this zoning. PLZC 2024-0091 is the next step in the annexation process, specifically in relation to establishing zoning for the approximately 893.7 acres within Comal and Guadalupe County. Specifically, this zoning would make 498.2 acres be single-family residential district R2, 132.6 acres as general business, and approximately 262.9 acres as manufacturing light district. So the aerial for this zoning case is actually on 2 sheets, so I'm going to get some points of reference here for you. So there's 35, Schwab, 482, and you can see the properties that are outlined in green are the properties that are part of this zoning case. And then here are the parcels that are on the other side of 35. So again, here's 35, Eckert, this is Cypress, this Cypress Point, this is Parklands, and again, you can see the properties here outlined in green that are part of this zoning case. So this is the public hearing notice map, and again, we used I-35 as kind of that dividing barrier. So this is the notification boundary map for the portions that are on the other side of 35. It's also a nice way to see the green parcels are the ones that are part of this proposed zoning change. And then I know there's been quite a lot of questions about the red 200-foot buffer. That's what that red line on this map is identifying. It's that state-required notification to all property owners within 200 feet. And then here is that same kind of map, but on the other side of 35, identifying those properties. On April 25th, 137 public hearing notices were mailed to property owners within 200 feet of a parcel proposed to be zoned. Additionally, property owners of parcels included within the zoning boundary were notified per Texas Local Government Code Section 211.006. Comal Independent School District was also notified of the proposed zoning. On April 26, 43 public hearing notice signs were placed on the subject properties, and at this time we've received 0 neutral, 10 in favor, and 112 oppositions. The subject parcels are currently in the City of Schertz ETJ with delayed annexation development agreements. These properties do not currently have a zoning district assigned due to their ETJ status. The initial zoning of a land parcel shall be processed in the same manner as a request for a zoning change in accordance with Section 2154. Notification requirements and the responsibility of the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council shall be in accordance with the request for a zoning change. So again, it's 498.2 acres to the R2, 132.6 to GB, and 262.9 to the M1. The goal is to zone these subject properties in conformance with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Future Land Use Map. So this is the proposed zoning identified on the individual parcels. So the orange is representing the single-family residential R2. The light blue color is to general business, and then the dark gray is M1. And then here's that second page so you can see the parcels on Eckert and Green Valley. So when we look at zoning cases, we use UDC Section 2154D for the criteria for approval. So number 1, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. So PLZC 2024-0091 includes several different proposed zoning classifications based on the subject property's location and the designation on that future land use map as adopted by Ordinance 24S06. So the approximately 498.2 acres of land is proposed to be zoned single-family residential R2. Specifically, Guadalupe County property identification numbers 68374, 61615, 68384, 68385, 68383, 61511, 61609, 68381, 68378, 68382, 68380, 68377, 61614, 63992 are identified as complete neighborhood on the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Future Land Use Map. Complete neighborhoods are generally areas characterized by a mixture of housing options with supporting land uses. Comal County property identification numbers 79004, 79006, 78976, 78960, and 78957 are identified as development deferment, which is typically utilized for large tracts that house heavy industrial. However, the subject properties are currently undeveloped, agricultural, or utilized for residential purposes. The proposed single-family residential district R2 is in line with the complete neighborhood land use designation and appropriate for parcels identified as development deferment. So number one continued. The approximately 132.6 acres of land is proposed to be zoned general business, and that specifically Comal County Property Identification Numbers 79018, 78923, 374148, 374146, 37415, 374144, 374147, 79007, and a portion of 79012 are identified in the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Future Land Use Map as local corridor, which is described as locally oriented commercial and entertainment areas typically situated along medium to high volume collector roads. The proposed GB is in line with the desired locally oriented commercial desired by that local corridor land use designation. Comal County Property Identification Numbers 75449 and 78218 are identified in the Comprehensive Land Use Plan as regional corridor, which is described as commercial and entertainment areas along major thoroughfares that serve populations within the city and the broader region. Based on the two identified parcels' proximity to IH-35 and existing general business district zoning and the regional corridor land use designation, the proposed GB is appropriate. Approximately 262.9 acres of land, known as Comal County Property Identification Numbers 79001, 78945, 78946, 75480, 78247, 79017, 75468, 75462, 75463, and a portion of 79012 is proposed to be zoned Manufacturing District Light, or M1. These properties are identified in the Comprehensive Land Use Plan as regional corridor, which is described again as commercial and entertainment areas, including limited industrial and logistics uses. Based on the subject property's location and the existing M1 zoning in the immediate area, the proposed Manufacturing District Light is in line with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. So here is a picture of that Comprehensive Land Use Plan. You can see the red is the regional corridor, that kind of salmony pink color is local corridor, and then the golden is complete neighborhood. So you can see on the future land use map the parcels that we're talking about as kind of being grayed out. So number two, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. A part of promoting health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impacts. The proposed zoning district designations are compatible with the surrounding land uses and existing zoning designations on the surrounding properties. Additionally, per UDC Article 7, Section 2173A, a non-conforming use or structure may continue to be used, operated, or occupied in accordance with the terms of the zoning regulations by which it was established, or in the case of annexed property, in accordance with the regulations under which it was created. This means that the subject properties can continue to be utilized for their existing land uses in conformance with UDC Article 7. And then the other portion of this slide is the dimensional requirements for the three proposed zoning districts. So R2 is at 8,400 square feet, GB at 10,000, and M1 at 10,000. So again, here's just those zoning maps. Refresh your memory here on what's getting what. Number three, whether the uses permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. The subject parcels are currently undeveloped, utilized for agricultural purposes, or utilized for residential. The proposed zoning designations are appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be annexed and zoned, since the proposed zoning designations are based on conformance with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Future Land Use Map. There will be properties with existing land uses that will be considered non-conforming based on the proposed zoning if approved. Upon annexation and zoning, the properties would be subject to the City of Schertz UDC, including Article 7, the non-conforming uses, lots, and structures. And again, that non-conforming use or structure may continue to be used, operated, or occupied in accordance with the terms of the zoning regulations. The proposed zoning designations are appropriate in the immediate area. Number four, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supply, sanitary sewer, or other public services and utilities to the area. A public hearing notice was mailed to Comal ISD to notify them of the proposed zoning. Additionally, the City of Schertz, police, fire, and EMS departments have indicated they do not have any concerns regarding the proposed rezoning request or their ability to provide services. With the annexation and proposed zoning of the properties, the city is better able to guide future development to ensure conformance with the Master Thoroughfare Plan, the Master Water Plan, and Master Sewer Plan for the city. Additionally, the annexations and associated zoning would ensure that any future developments will meet city standards to ensure cohesive development across the City of Schertz, which ultimately will ensure the safe, orderly, and efficient development of the city. Although no development plans are currently proposed for the properties being zoned, if development was to occur, the water, sewer, and roadways would be evaluated during the development process. Number 5, whether there have been environmental or economical changes which warrant the requested change. No, there have been no environmental or economical changes. The subject properties are currently within the City of Schertz ETJ and under delayed annexation agreements. A zoning designation has not previously been established for these subject properties. However, based on the expiration of the delayed annexation extensions, the properties are subject to annexation and as part of that process are subject to zoning. Number 6, whether there is an error in the original zoning of the property. Again, the subject properties have no existing zoning due to their ETJ status. Number 7, whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. Subject properties are currently not within the City of Schertz. No back taxes are owed to the City of Schertz. This does not impact the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to City Council. And then number 8, whether other criteria are met which at the discretion of the P&Z and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change, and this time have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council. Due to the properties having delayed annexation development agreements and extensions that are expiring and are subject to voluntary annexation, it is appropriate to zone these properties at the same time. Per the agreements, upon annexation, the property shall be zoned in accordance with the uses and procedures set forth in the city's comprehensive land plan and unified development code. The proposed zoning designations are in conformance with the recently adopted comprehensive land use plan, future land use map, and staff is recommending approval of PLZC 2024-0091.
All right, thank you, Emily. All right, this is a public hearing. Before we get started, again, the topic is zoning, not annexation. I would love to hear your comments on if you don't think it should be R2, what should it be? That would be appropriate too. But again, it's your time. Please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes. When you come up to the dais, please say your name and address for the record. It is now 8:06 p.m. and we'll open the floor for public comment. Come on up, ma'am.
Check on my kids with my mom. Breezy Webb, address 360 Big John Lane, New Braunfels, Texas 78132. So we're in a little bit of a complex situation here. We have city folks and we have country folks. I'm going to raise a question. How many city folks who have had to look at their children and say, sorry guys, we own this land, but HOA tells us the dog has to go? Through growing up on the land I live on now and raising my children, we as a family have learned to celebrate small victories and work even harder through the tough ones. This land has taught my daughters compassion, which many city folks seem to forget. Work ethic through mending fences, using saws, swinging hammers, using T-post drivers, feeding and watering their animals in all weather conditions before they come in to eat dinner or grab a drink of water. That's the way we live on our farm. While most kids their age are getting in trouble running the streets or stuck inside on video games, not my kids, we have turned the quite lengthy list of negatives about the development that is going up in our backfields into a positive. And my children take their animals and educate the public as the public servants that they are. This way of life that is being taken away from us, most importantly, my children, is taking opportunities for scholarships away from them via 4-H, their knowledge for their fields of study they want to go into when they pursue college, their extracurricular activities, which include drill team and rodeoing, and most importantly, their happiness. While we were illegally annexed, we have had many obstacles. With the annexation, we still will not be provided city water. We will not have city sewage or other benefits that city folks have. While the city will happily take our tax money to tell us what we can and cannot do with our property, all we are given in return is police, fire, and EMS, if that's what you want to call it. When my husband was bitten by a rattlesnake, EMS could not find our house. Police could not get to our home. My 12-year-old daughter learned how to drive by driving a tractor. She drove my vehicle to the nearest intersection for EMS to meet my husband. The police cannot get to our house in a timely manner because they cannot find our location. How are they to provide us city services? Why are we being annexed? Whether it be R2, general public, or commercial. Why are we being annexed? The police are understaffed, as I mentioned earlier. I find it a huge issue that I bought land to have a garden, raise chickens, have goats, pigs, cows, and equine, yet we are told we can potentially not have these things. I am told my disabled mother cannot live on my property that I paid for, as it's not a certain amount of acres. When we purchased our land, title nor anyone else told us about the annexation. The annexation was not made aware to us until my husband went to the city to get clarification on putting up a fence for our animals. Why is our land not being zoned as general business as the ranch right on the other side of the development is being zoned general business? What sets them apart from us? What is happening is we are being left no choice but to be pushed out of our land. Do we roll over and take it, or do we stand up and fight for our rights and our morals? I'm not in favor of the annexation. Would you tell your kid he can't have that dog?
All right, thank you. But again, please, the issue tonight is not annexation. That is a city council decision. It's not within the purview of planning and zoning. Whether or not your properties get annexed is a decision that'll be made by city council, not by this commission. What we're discussing tonight is if city council were to annex your property, what is the appropriate zoning? That is the topic under discussion. Who's next?
My name is Tim Brown. I'm living in the Parklands subdivision. I want to address the maps that were shown that show us that they don't match the current internet postings for the current use. The map that's online and it shows as updated in July of 2022, the area north of the Parklands development and south of 35, that GB is the concern. What has changed? Because it's always been, over the past 15 to 20 years, as ag and now residential. It was always included in the residential planning. If you go to any of the builders' offices in that area, until the signs were posted, the language that they would use of this will always remain residential. So I'm wondering what changed in the last less than 2 years that the map couldn't be changed and the public couldn't be informed of the motivation to change that designation from, if it's annexed, should it be GB or should it be R1 or R2? I would think that normal people realize that that should be R whatever number you want, because it's directly adjacent to a current residential neighborhood that's extensively planned out. But I want to know why that the maps don't match. What Emily showed and what is online don't match. Thank you.
My name's Marty Friesen on 22900 Old Nacogdoches Road, New Braunfels. I'm a fifth generation, and my family and myself have farmed that land for over 160 years with agriculture use, crops, and livestock. I'm kind of in an interesting situation. My property that's being annexed and the zoning change is considered as general business. And you know, whether you want to, the hard part about the general business part is it's agriculture use. There's no intention of being general business. But our 4 parcels are divided up within the 13 acres that I own personally, which is part of the farm. The other part of the farm is in the ETJ, which I jointly owned. And so that, of course, isn't affected by annexation or zoning at this time. But however, adjacent to my property are also 2 other parcels that I jointly own. And one of them, I believe, is called R2 residential, and the other one is general business. So I know there was a lot of changes of what you can and can't do that wasn't originally brought to us in any kind of letters on what you can do agricultural-wise. So that kind of confuses me because I've heard so many different things tonight, what we can and can't do. So honestly, I'm not even sure what I can do as general business. If it's annexed, is that, or zoned as that, right? So with that, we also received a letter saying we're non-conforming in bold capital letters. And again, your certain uses you could do and not do. And again, tonight that changed. I guess I'll just say our land is not general business. It's agricultural. There are also, within the map area that we see, there's a lot of different variances. I've seen one plot as residential agriculture, some as light industrial, and then this R2 and residential and all these things that we're hearing. I guess I'll just say that I saw something in the city of Schertz in the agenda tonight that says, treat others the way you want to be treated in their core values. And I'll ask you one question. If this was your land and you had been farming it for over 160 years, like we have, would you want someone telling you what you can and cannot do with your land, no matter what it's zoned as? And with that, you know, we don't really appreciate being told what to do with your land, as anyone wouldn't in this situation. So I'll just sum it up by we don't believe it's general business district, it's agricultural, and we're opposed to the zoning and annexation period, and also what we can and can't do with our property. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Blanca Brown again, 5231 Village Park. I just passed a map to you, and I actually wanted to address that because Emily already gave you a lot of maps, and if I have seen all of those together, I will be totally lost. So please bear with me and follow what the concern is of our community. We really are not here to contest an annexation, and I know Mr. Outlaw, you said it's not. We are here to make it clear that we do not want any rezoning for GB in the area that I circled for you guys. Please take a look at it, and I'm gonna just walk you through it. The red part is Eckerd, is the main artery for all of this development to come in and out. That's where we get off the freeway on Shrub, and then we go into that. The circle is going to be piecing for you what the land piece for this GB is being proposed. Across the street from that circle that I gave you is a children's park that belongs to the city of Schertz, I think, yeah. And then if you go below south my circle, all of those houses back to that piece of land. Now I know that you probably know and heard this before, what GB is. I didn't know what it was until I got the matrix from Emily. But then I went and looked into it deeper, because a GB, if that land is rezoned on GB, we have, as permitted by the city of Schertz matrix, automatically you can sell that land or buy that land to build nightclubs, clubs, alcohol distribution, and many other things that do not comply with the safety of our community. especially the children that we are going to have playing all the time across the street, that land. So a lot of the things, the GB is an array, diverse of a lot of things that you approve or pre-approve, as your matrix indicated, is pre-approved for so many things. If you put a school there, we don't, of course we want it. If that GB excluded high-risk businesses for a community, we all would have signed the petition for rezoning. And I just want to also add that from the 112 signatures that Emily received, my community put together community outreach, and we turned in 90 of those 112. That was in 2 days' work. So not because all the neighbors received the letter, but because we went out knocking door to door to let our neighbors know what was happening and educating them about what this GB is all about. Thank you very much.
Good late evening, everyone, commissioners. My name is April Hewlett. I live at 5230 Village Park. I was one of the neighbors that received the letter that was sent out by the city of Schertz. Normally it was a Saturday night. I'm ready to have a cocktail and enjoy my evening, but when I opened up the mail, I was totally surprised. I was surprised at the letter I was receiving and reading. One of the surprises was, I feel like the city of Schertz, and probably this young man or old man, whatever here, that's doing his job, zoned everything together like a bundle. Little did I know, I don't do government, city government. I do not like public speaking. But I immediately went to my neighbors, and they had not even received their letter yet. Some of them hadn't received it till Wednesday. They had to be turned in by Thursday at noon on any responses in order to be calculated into your meeting. So a grassroots, I know this is crazy, but it's really, this is my community. The GB is what is concerning us. It's right there with the city park, Cypress Point, is an open field, and there's kids playing. The speed limit is 35 miles per hour, but as you know, Eckhart is a small country road, and it is not entertaining all the traffic that we're entailing going to Green Valley Road and then the other development for the residential there. Also, there is a school bus that I saw this morning, and I wish I would have taken the time, at Eckhart and the entrance to the subdivision, which is catty-corner to the general business zoning. Kids are laying on their backpacks, laying in the sidewalk, waiting for their bus. There was a wreck recently with a T-bone right there at that intersection. The elementary school bus parks right over there. So with the broad definition that the city proposes on general business, every person that I talked to, knocking 3 nights, Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night, with my fellow neighbors and gathering information, were opposed to the general business. But because I don't want to bring this up, but now I've educated through y'all's commission that the zoning is needed for the annexation. So these bundling of zonings are kind of being pushed through in order to get ready for the city council to vote on it, which our community is strongly against. We feel like in federal and local level, you guys bundle all this stuff together to get a quick vote, and then they'll fix it later, instead of breaking it apart. If it would have been broken apart on the zoning, I would have had more people say, yes, we're good with R2, that's a good thing. Light manufacturing is across the highway. I really doesn't obtain to me, but I would like to be a little bit more educated. The general business, that matrix is way, way broad and vague, and I don't appreciate how you bundle the things together, like in any government, and try to ram this stuff right through our throats and say, this is how it's gonna be so we can annex. And that's how the annexation goes with the zoning.
Good evening. My name is Charlene Fye, and I reside in Comal County with my husband Tim at 6028 FM 482 New Braunfels, Texas. Together we own over 100 acres in Comal County at property ID 79004, 79006, and 79009. Those maps I have marked to show with our last name Fye, so you can see where I'm talking about. As owners of these properties, we oppose the proposed annexation. The development agreements have expired, and as such, I do not understand how you can proceed with this annexation and zoning process. If this proceeds and an annexation is forced upon us, we do have questions and issues regarding the proposed zoning and nonconformity uses. And after hearing all the discussion tonight, I really think we need a chance to think about the zoning that is being placed on our properties. Our properties, the land and agricultural operations, like many others, have been in our family for over 134 years. We have houses, barns, and land that are very significant to our family, and they continue to be used by fifth and sixth generation of founding families of New Braunfels. We want to continue these agricultural operations and upkeep the structures. Our structures include 3 houses with detached garages. These are generational homes built in 1927, 1948, and 1987. We have four barns. 2 of them are over 100 years old. 2 metal shops, 1 small grain silo, 8 smaller structures, sheds, pole barns, and buildings, 2 corrals, and a lot of fences. As you can see, we will be forced to pay taxes on 3 houses, yet receive little to no benefits, and also be paying for a lot of permits to upkeep the structures. As to the permits, and again, this was all really rehashed well tonight, we would like to preserve and upkeep our old structures. And we have concerns about the compliance issues. We will be compliant to code. We have concerns about having an existing barn in a floodplain. The dry Comal Creek runs directly through our operations, and it is a major floodplain. So these existing structures, we would hope that there would be some way to grandfather them in the state that they are in and allow us to continue maintaining them without having to go through a lot of compliance issues, without a drainage study, without a flood study. The older 2 houses are on property ID 79009, and they have been zoned general business, or proposed to be zoned general business. Again, we have concerns with that because when I read the UDC, it sounded like if there was a disaster, more than 50%, we could rebuild, but then it would have to be in conformity. So could we rebuild our old farmhouses? You know, and these are very sentimental structures. So another tract of our land has been zoned R2. And again, I have questions about that because a large part of that is in a floodplain, and I doubt we're going to have a subdivision developed down there. So although I have a lot of questions about zoning, right now we are residential and agricultural, and RA zoning seems to work for us. I am open to meeting and learning more about the other zonings if that's required. I thank you for your time. As to the comprehensive use plan, I do want to point out that I have come to meetings many years ago to address that use plan, and all our comments just fell on deaf ears, so I finally gave up. So to say that you can just zone us per that plan is, to me, just totally unfair. I'd also just like to quickly point out on those maps, you'll see that our land kind of juts out. We have large neighbors on three sides of us, one being Capital Aggregates, the other being Dean Word Construction Company, and behind us, Dean Word. So three sides of us are covered by aggregate operations, and yet you're looking at reaching in and grabbing us and zoning us something while these large operations are not being annexed and they can do whatever they want to do. Yet you're going to come down on us, the old farmers, and zone us, and we pay them permits and everything else. It just doesn't seem fair. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to address you this evening. I'll try to keep this brief. My name is Sandra Ray, and I live at 5887 FM 482, New Braunfels. I own approximately 122 acres that you are proposing to annex and zone as Manufacturing District Light, or M1. I want to give you, and I want to point out, my property is under 5 different PEDs, property IDs. I want to give you a little history of our background. My acreage has been under agricultural operations for almost 140 years by the family, and the land was passed to my husband and I, and we've continued the agricultural operation for the past 50 years. Unfortunately, my husband passed away, but I've continued this operation with the help of my children and grandchildren, and fortunately, they plan to continue with the ag in the future. So I appreciate that we're going to be able to retain the agricultural operation if we are annexed. And I know this hearing tonight is about zoning and not about the annexation, but I would like to go on record that I am strongly opposed to the annexation, and I do not consent to any voluntary annexation. And as we've discussed, our agreements have expired, and I would question or would like to understand, I thought the laws have changed, the Texas laws have changed, and therefore we as the owner had a little bit more right. That being said, however, if the annexation continues, I would like the opportunity to meet with the commission or the Planning and Zoning Commission to discuss the proposed property. As I mentioned, all my properties are zoned as M1. Now, this proposed zoning does include my residential home along with some acreage around it, and I would like to understand if this is really the correct zoning, or should it be RA or R2? And I'm also concerned with all the property, as was been discussed, if there is a major disaster, something got out of our control, the current Unified Development Code, Church's Unified Development Code, does suggest that I couldn't rebuild it because I'd be in non-conformance. As far as the rest of the property, I understand based on y'all's presentation that M1 seems to be what is being proposed. I would like also the opportunity to discuss and understand the pros and cons of why it's not industrial or possibly heavy manufacturing. So again, thank you for your time, and I hope we can set up a meeting to meet in the near future. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Zip. This is in reference to property 78976, which is at 6080 FM 482. We are adjacent to the two people who just spoke. And my concern is that it is proposed to be R2. With all this conversation tonight, I feel like R2 might be able to do agricultural activities, but this is a small family farm. It is only 11 acres, but we grow crops, we have cattle, we have sheep, and so is R2 appropriate, or should it be RA? And just to go on record, we are against annexation. Thank you.
My name's Lloyd Fairley. I'm at 12290 Lower Seguin Road.
I'm not in this area of annexation, but I wanted to bring up a point because it follows through all of your annexation or zoning areas. First, I was really intrigued at how long it took you guys to get through that amendment. Honestly, the smallest lot size is an acre in Guadalupe County for septics. Anything larger that requires 3 city services has to be platted. But the point I want to make is when you're zoning properties outside of their use and determining buildings and properties to be non-conformance, you might be putting these people at a real disadvantage. So let me point out that when we need to build a small shed, 4,000 square feet or bigger, because that's what we need, we have to borrow money. You can't necessarily go down to the bank to borrow that money. You got to go to a place like the land bank. You might get lucky if you go to the bank, but when you create a non-conformance property or structure, they're not going to want to loan you that money. Not only will they not loan it money to you with a non-conformance, but also if you're in an incorporated city, Capital Land Bank will not loan you money. Also, if you have a home and it's a non-conforming structure, you will not be able to get a normal mortgage because those mortgages cannot be sold through the GSE entities such as Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac. So the interest rates will be higher. So by creating these non-conformist zonings, so taking RA and turning it into R2, you're putting a burden on these people. They need to be able to afford to fix their properties, build new properties, build homes for their kids, and not have that burden of a non-conformance situation. I think you should reconsider and zone the properties for the uses that they're being used for right now. Otherwise, it's a form of amortization, I believe is a word that the state has, that says you're basically disadvantaging these people until they finally give up and leave. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm a little short.
Oh, that's all right.
My name is Rebecca Mockerman. I live at 5222 Nature Path in the Parkland subdivision. I am within said zone of the general business off of Eckhart Road, and I am opposing the general business opposition to do anything. You, Commissioner Outlaw, asked the question, if we had an R2 or a general business, if we didn't want any of that, what would our answer be? My answer is nothing. That is my answer. If you remove any of the agricultural development on Eckhart Road or any of the other subdivisions on the other side of 35, you are removing future benefits of all FFA and 4-H members and their families that have been there for generations, and any chance that they provide for their livestock or cattle to showcase at rodeos and future events, auctions, things of that sort. In recent positions in the last several months, we have had numerous amount of animals being strayed and dumped on our subdivision properties. We have also had vehicle break-ins and home break-ins. So if we get this general business, depending on what it may be, that's gonna rise. Our property values are gonna go down. No one is gonna be wanting to come into our subdivisions. So with that, I'm gonna ask you, with Eckhart Road being a small country road, what is the city gonna do to support the infrastructure of that road itself? When we have Comal County ISD bus stops, where we have general residents from all 3 different subdivision areas. My question to y'all is, what are you gonna do to support it? If you were living in our subdivision, would you be opposed or would you be for it? For what we have and what we have been doing, some for several generations of almost 200 years. Us, some have moved in for the last couple of weeks. Some have been here for a couple of months. Some have been just in under 5 years. So again, what are you gonna do? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Annabelle Gonzalez.
Grab that microphone, pull it, there you go.
Hello, my name is Annabelle Gonzalez, and I am opposed to the ancillity and the recognizing. I want the land I've grown up on and hopefully will own to stay the same. I get rules, but why force rules when we are not breaking them? My dad has to burn as we do not have trash service. He does burn metal. He does not burn metal as we sell them. The only barn we have needs repairs. It's over 20 years old. Our animals need shelters. We do not need our animals need shelters. Do we need special permission for that? What happens if it's an emergency? My parents no longer let us off the land to play with our horses without them, as there's dangerous people and speeding cars. We do not have internet at our house or city water. Matter of fact, I was left in the shower with the conditioner in my hair as my dad went to fix the holding tank. My parents pay yearly to have our septic pumped. So, not sure how changing rules will help us. I don't want to get rid of my animals as they are part of my family and my identity. I don't want to be limited by how many or what kind of animals I have. My parents have worked very hard, and promised to continue to me. Me and my siblings will be right along with them. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, once again. Again, 360 Big John Lane, 7132. I see a lot of my neighbors that I didn't even know. The Parklands, where the Parklands is now, we're the guys that ride the horses, and sometimes you hear us yelling at the animals. That's us. So I apologize for the noise. I am all for change. I understand change happens, but as long as it doesn't affect the people that have tradition, you know? When we moved into the land, like I said, this land has been in the family for quite some time. Someone told me the saying, I speak Spanish, it's my first language. They told me, if you want to humor God, make plans. I made plans. And later on we found out about the annexation, the zoning, so on and so forth, and I hope it humored God. At the same time, it taught me and my family that sometimes the greatest things, if they're actually great, they're and worth fighting for, you'll give it everything you've got. I'm trying to teach my children that those that, that's done for nothing will fall for everything. I've asked, has anyone actually followed the money? And the reason I say this is that to some of y'all might be surprised, I am literally the forefront of the Parklands. Entire Parklands area used to be the family's land. So this is why we still ride the horses, and sometimes our dogs still go into the areas that they're used to. So I apologize for that. We were approached by developers. And I don't want to bring this because I don't want to bring negativity. We were told we were going to be forced out. And I don't know if you all are aware. I'm sure some of y'all might be. Some of y'all might not be. Hunting season, dove season. An attorney showed up to our property wearing camo and a briefcase. Funniest sight. And told us that just to let us know that they were going to be taking over everything. Those were the words. To our neighbor that doesn't have water, that area where you live at used to be the family's too. They purposely landlocked us illegally. And we had to spend thousands of dollars trying to go to court to do something that I should have a right to, be able to drive into my home. Why? Because the easements were being disputed. Now, I'm not a lawyer. at all. But to me, something tells me that there's such things as grandfather rights. That land, those easements have been used forever. The land has been used forever. You ask, what can we do to solve some of these issues? To me, it's very simple. We're talking about, zoning, what areas, how much houses we can put into a certain place, so on and so forth. At what time does it actually stop being farmland? It's all about definition, perspective, and how it's interpreted. You see, I have a neighbor over here that I hardly ever see. I see them mowing their lawn. Gentleman right there, he does more for my streets there than the city and the county does. I'm not kidding. Thank you for everything you have always done. I appreciate that. My solution to this would be simple. Going back to what you were saying, Mr. Outlaw, I don't think it would be a problem, in my opinion, if you could have a certain amount of homes, so on and so forth, as long as it's not passed down, or not passed down, but sold. And that goes into the legalities of what the other gentleman was talking about when it comes to financing legalities. I think that we could bypass some of those things, and all we're asking to be grandfathered into something. It's not grandfathered. We're not encroaching on you all. You're encroaching on us. Is this not Texas? At what time do we stop being Texas to where now we're being overly regulated?
Yeah,
I understand everyone's frustrated. I am extremely hurt because at this moment, and I have to say this only because my oldest daughter, who I had promised was going to be able to live at the land, because I'm a law-abiding person.
Yeah,
I did not build a house for her,
Yeah,
and now
excuse me.
she had to move out and leave the state.
You need to wrap it up, please.
Yes, sir, will do.
Okay.
So it has affected my family. I'm asking for hardship, a variance, which is, I am allowed to ask for that, and I ask that y'all look into that. Because I am allowed to ask for variance and relaxing those rules that have been imposed and have suffocated financially. And I know that that's the whole purpose of some of, not you all, but to suffocate the finances so we can sell, at least in our case. I'm not selling. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you all.
All right. I've had this discussion with, and he left. This is not a two-way conversation. But I'm going to break the rules here and tell you the proper forum for your complaint about water is city council, not the planning and zoning commission. No, sit down. We're not going to have a discussion. No, no. We can't help you. We have no authority over utilities. All right, that's enough. I'm sorry I said anything. Who else wants to address this? Please come up here.
Hello, my name is Mikey Mockman. I live at 5222 Nature Path. I've only been to a couple of these things so far since I found out about them. But so far, just about everything all the residents have said have pretty much seemingly fallen on nothing but deaf ears. Please consider the lives that you'll be changing. Thank you.
Anybody else? Of course, you're more than welcome. Doesn't matter where you live. You're more than welcome to speak at the next one, too, because it's the same kind of thing. No, you've already been up here once. No. Trust me, we sit up here and we're not deaf. We hear you. And we hear a lot of the same things over and over again. Okay? So, on this particular topic, anybody else? All right, come on up, sir. That's why I keep asking.
My name's Mark Reyes. I live at 12330 Lower Seguin on about 20 acres. Been out there since about 86, 89. It always was my dream to own a piece of property. This place is over 100 years old. It was part of 185 acres that I was watching over while I was a renter out there. Tell old German lady. Anyway, long story short, they passed away. Asked us to watch their place. Finally went up for sale. They gave me the choice of, well, they plotted it out, divided it up, and I think it was sold to 4 different families. Mr. Fairley's one, 2 other people. I picked the homes and cool old barns and stuff. And what worries me to death is, you know, I've got the cattle out there. I'm not a farmer. I don't breed the cows. I just have them out there for tax purposes. And it actually is, I'm probably busting even by having them in what I pay with taxes. And all my homes are 100 years plus old. I've learned how to work on them. I've got my own well. Water's always test fine for me. I fix that when it goes down. But I have barns that are 100 plus years old. It's non-compliance. It scares me to death somebody's going to come out there and tell me I got to tear these things down. They're structurally not, I'm not going to say not safe, but there's a lot of history to them. I'm a single guy. I don't have kids. I don't let people, the place is fenced, and nobody, it's not a hazard to anybody. I actually like keeping it around for habitat for the other critters out there. I'm just scared to death that somebody's going to come out there and tell me I've got to tear it down. I've had a home burned down where I lost everything I owned. The fire trucks couldn't get back there. Volunteer back then. I had to dive out my window. And then watch these guys watch it burn down to the ground because there's no water, but I got a fire hydrant right in front of my damn house. Okay? I'm afraid somebody's going to come out there and tell me I got to clean the thing up. That was like 15 years ago. I mean, it's basically burned. There's nothing to clean up anymore. But that to be said, I didn't plan on ever moving. Like you said, development is happening all around us. I've got 2 sides of good neighbors that I don't think will ever sell. I'm sandwiched in between them. And just hope you guys can grandfather in some things. I've called planning, talked with a really nice girl, Emily, I guess, and she kind of assures me over the phone that we can discuss this. And if it comes down to having to wreck out some barns, I guess that's the least of my concerns, but I'm just worried maybe my house, other things will be not grandfathered in it, and I'm not able to afford to fix it. That'd be it. All right.
Anybody else? No? Yeah, let's see. It is, get over to my notes page here. It is 8:52 p.m. And the public input portion of this hearing is closed. Commissioners, who has comments or questions?
I have a couple questions if we could start, or if I could start, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so there are a couple points raised about access to emergency services. So if these properties are annexed, would they then be involved in future planning in terms of where we put emergency stations, essentially?
Yeah, so let me say this. These properties, because we had anticipated annexing them, are involved presently in planning for future emergency services. If we annex them, that would continue. Again, I suppose if we did not annex them, and we're never planning to annex them, that would likely affect our planning for them in the future.
The other point was brought up about there was stuff advertised as being residential. I know this could also just be a realtor putting up a sign that says it's residential. Nothing has changed as far as what's been presented going forward, correct?
Yeah, so the one thing that's changed fairly recently is the city updated our comprehensive land use plan, and that's changed. But again, I took part of the reference to be what the builder and the model home folks showed them shows this as undeveloped agricultural. It'll never be anything, whatever. And again, if I had a quarter for every time somebody said, well, the builder told me, I'd be living in the Bahamas and not doing this at this point, given how old I am.
Yeah. The point raised about the nightclubs and bars and stuff like that, are any of those special use permits, or are they?
Let me let Emily check. I don't think they are.
Yeah, so hypothetically, they could be allowed. So let's say Schertz becomes a large area for a nightclub destination. And the current the current term in there is dance hall nightclub, but the definition doesn't include anything about alcohol. I mean, are we assuming that they would sell alcohol? Because a lot of other
Assumption
things.
is they'll sell alcohol. Yeah, there's not a prohibition necessarily for a restaurant or a nightclub bar to sell alcohol. It's just distinguished, and again, it's based on sort of our definition of the UDC and then what type of permit they have from TABC.
Okay. Okay. And we've already covered that agricultural uses, whatever zoning is applied through the non-conforming use.
We have. No, I'll say this because generally, and I appreciate Chairperson Outlaw saying, if you don't like what you're proposed to be zoned, let me know what you would like to be zoned. So the city has an AD, an agricultural district, which allows agricultural uses by right, which would overcome many of the objections, or frankly, all of the objections that you've heard from the property owners to be annexed about non-conforming uses, what they could or couldn't do. It has a minimum 5 acres. So certainly the commission, in deference and having recommended on our comprehensive plan and knowing there's sections that talk about agricultural uses and the factors involved in the zoning cases, certainly could find that AD would be more appropriate for these properties if you chose. There's probably a basis because our comp plan talks about the agricultural character, the rural character. Again, in what you've heard from everyone here who owns property is they don't want to change that agricultural use. That's not going to change in the future. And so this would allow them to continue that use in perpetuity as a conforming use, wouldn't affect their loans. It would just restrict them to that use, but that's what they intend to do going forward if you wanted to recommend of that.
Okay. But there's nothing, so let's say we granted AD for, I don't want to say anybody who requested it. I mean, I don't think we would do a mass instead of R2 AD, but.
You could.
But, I mean, there's nothing stopping the next person from coming in and rezoning.
Requesting a rezone. But again, a residential home is an allowed use, which it is in the R2, just a different minimum size requirement. But again, the AD district, agricultural district, allows those agricultural uses and barns and things like that by right, so you don't have a non-conforming condition.
Okay, thank you.
And that seems to be the general input that you've heard from everyone who owns property.
And I'm concerned with emergency services. How do we have police that protect an area that don't know where houses are?
So again, I believe the resident who got up and spoke said, we're not in the city. We don't want to be in the city. Someone called for the police, and the police couldn't find how to get here. We don't provide, our responsibility for police protection is within our city limits. So again, what would happen when we annex, and this is, again, is that goes through our GIS, goes through our mapping, we get addresses listed, it all shows up in our systems that we would have going forward, as opposed to the sheriff who would respond in the ETJ. So what I would say, and again, I can't promise everything will be fixed perfect, whatever, is, but when we annex areas, our GIS starts mapping that out, working with our PD, fire, and EMS.
again, Southern Schertz and the unincorporated areas in Bear County, I'm very familiar with. We provide, under contract with Bear County, we provide the fire protection. I can't say that I have that knowledge for Northern Schertz. I have no idea for you folks that live on Big John Lane. I know where it is only because it's come up in the whole Parklands thing as we work through that thing. But honestly, the Parklands are protected by Schertz Fire, Schertz EMS, Schertz PD. You cross that fence onto Big John, I have no idea who your fire department is. I really don't. I don't know if we may cover that as part of Comal County, if New Braunfels is doing it, or if you got to wait for Marion to show up. I really have no idea. It's always a challenge for rural living. I was going to relate a personal story. My father and mother-in-law lived in rural Arkansas, not too far from Branson, Missouri. And finding their house was, you went from a 2-lane state highway to a 2-lane, sometime paved county road to a gravel road to get to their house. Mom had a heart attack, and the ambulance could not find the house. I don't remember if Dad took her to the hospital, but he drew a map and he sent it to the ambulance company. He says, here's how you get to our house. I'd like to think that emergency services is a little more proactive than that. See, I go back to the days when Schertz Fire Department, we drew our street maps by hand, okay? And so, but that is an issue of, and I'd like to hope whoever's protecting that area takes the time to figure out where everybody is. Okay, guys, I got a list, so somebody else jump in here.
There were comments about R2 designation for flood zones and flood areas. Park space and green space is allowed in R2, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Yes, it is. So just because it's a flood zone or a flood area doesn't mean it has to be a house. It can be preserved as green space and park space, and we have that all over the city at the moment, so.
Sure, but again, you can, just to be clear, you can develop in the floodplain. You can make modifications to property and pull it out of the floodplain.
Right.
And so again, as we've seen.
But it doesn't always mean houses.
It doesn't always mean houses, but again, I would keep in mind that just because it's floodplain doesn't mean you could not ever have houses there.
Right, because we've heard this a couple of times. If you're in the city, a piece of property has to have some kind of zoning. All right, so, you know, even if it was a swamp, we'd have to zone it something.
Right. I mean, again, we've had people come up for development of property or rezoning, and folks have said, I don't think you're ever going to actually be able to build anything because of floodplain and floodway and things like that.
Real quick, I'd like to, for the record, it was 9:01 p.m. and Commissioner Carbone had to leave the meeting, okay? Who else?
Okay, so I might be reiterating, I'm not sure. Okay, so the comprehensive land plan, I mean, we approved it. We put it out in the city, you guys put it out in the city, you know, for months, and this is what the people wanted, hence why we approved it. But at the same time, I want to protect these people, you know? So, I mean, they are grandfathered in, right? Like, if we do change it, if we approve it,
Well, that was the whole point.
Is it only if they sell?
Yeah, that was the whole point of the first hour and a half of the meeting.
Right.
Was doing that UDC amendment.
Well, I get that, yeah.
To allow them.
But if despite that, folks say, look, I just want to use agricultural uses and I want to have a residence be allowed by right, there's ample, I mean, it'd be nice if our comp plan, our future land use plan was black and white, quantifiable. You open it up and it tells you the right answer. It doesn't. There's judgment to be used. There are factors to be displayed. So again, if the commission felt like you could zone these, there's ability to make findings probably to say this is most appropriate zoned, or it's appropriate to be zoned as AD. And again, as Commissioner Outlaw said, tell us what you'd like to be zoned, and that generally seems to be what everybody who stood up who owns property wants to be zoned. because they don't want to do anything other than ag. That would let them do it by right as an allowed use.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I just recommend making a motion to rezone all as AD.
All right, well, I have a motion on the table to recommend zoning, I assume, all of the properties AD? Is that
Yeah.
your motion?
And to be clear, with that motion, the reason would be because based on the comprehensive plan, we use the references to agricultural conditions, the range of uses allowed and the factors provided, and the public input provided that ag would be an appropriate use given the comp plan.
Correct. And if a future developer bought the land, then at that point, they could come back and rezone individually as requested.
They could request a rezone.
Correct, they could request a rezone.
But again, yeah.
Okay, so I think we have a lot more discussion to be said, but we have a motion on the floor to recommend city council zone all these properties AD. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Who's that? Mr. McMaster, okay. So, discussion. Okay. We're gonna, I have quite a bit that I'd like to say before we vote on this thing. All right. Let's talk about the biggest complaint I heard, and I look at the map. What's with the GB on Eckert Road? I mean, why did the land use plan single that out as GB?
Right. So again, what it did, and if you want to pull the map up to show, is it took the property from 35 basically up to Parklands and designated it with the commercial designation. And the thing you would have to have, and again, it's interesting, when the residents got up and say, we're residential homes, we don't want to be next to GB. So if you were to zone that residential, at some point you still have somebody standing up, just a different group of people, saying, I don't want that to be GB. And so what you would then do, I suppose, in theory, is zone residential all the way up to I-35, which we have not traditionally done because that's generally not appropriate.
And I wouldn't expect you to, but, you know, when you look along 35, the frontages are zone general business. We're looking at adding how far back off the interstate is
It's a
these
significant
properties?
distance.
And why not neighborhood services? If you want to make it commercial, why not neighborhood services instead of general business?
So I think
Don't answer that because I've got something else I'm going to say. I'm going to quote the UDC to you. Section 21.5.3, initial zoning upon annexation. Section A says, as soon as practical, following annexation, but in no event more than 183 calendar days thereafter. The city council shall, on its own motion or by request of the property owners of the annexed area, initiate proceedings to establish the initial zoning of the newly annexed territory, which is what we're trying to do. It then goes on to say, unless otherwise requested by the application of the property owner, the initial zoning of newly annexed territory shall be pre-development. That's what this says. So let me go on that a little further. I am no fan of our current land use plan. That thing paints things with too broad a brush. I don't know how you get from complete neighborhood to R2. Okay? Because complete neighborhood includes more than residential, right? So how do we, so again, the theory behind, well, let me just finish. We're sitting here, we've got, how many parcels are there in total here? Just off the top of your head, 50? And we're trying to say, well, we're going to do this R2 and we're going to do this GB and we're going to do M1. I would suggest no. You do it all pre-development, just like we've always done it in the past.
You could recommend that as well.
Well, that was going to be my but we, anyway. But let me ask you another question. Why R2 and not R1 or R3? Why did you pick the smallest lot size of those three?
you know, because I think we had to pick something, and I think what we've seen is generally the R2 is most compatible for all of the uses around it. It's practical for development, so we have people come in and develop it. It tends to be most compatible with the adjacent uses.
All right, so we go up on 482, and I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but they have that property
The
up on
Fies.
482.
Mhm.
And the property north of 482, you're suggesting R2, and on either side of that is industrial. They mentioned the construction company and, you know, so why would we want to squeeze R2? And by the way, are those properties that are the industrial, are they already in the city?
No.
So somehow they got away with no development
So,
agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be a party pooper here, but the discussion, when there's a motion and a second and we're waiting to vote, the discussion is supposed to be on the motion.
Well, okay, Dan,
You're
all
discussing
right.
the
But here's
motion
the
that you didn't get to
problem.
make.
Nobody else has said anything else about alternatives, and our newest member here jumps right in there and wants to propose AD.
He's a
Nobody's
professional,
had any
he's the
opportunities.
professional planner, but that's okay.
Just looking at your land use categories, AD allows these people to do agricultural, houses by right. I mean, your pre-development or your undeveloped or whatever the zoning category is, allows for a church by special use, government building, and that's it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, the zoning type of proposed is what's appropriate for what they're doing.
I don't disagree with you, okay? All right, the attorney has told me I can't keep talking about what I want to talk about. I'm already seeing so the motion that's before this commission is to recommend to city council that they zone all of these properties AD. And basically, my discussion was to say, I don't think that's the right way to go. I think we ought to find something else. Is that comment appropriate? So, now, before I call the vote, let me explain that our current rules, an abstention without a valid legal reason to abstain from vote, an abstention is counted as a no vote.
Yep.
So I'm going to erase this so that we'll have a clean slate when we go to vote. Now, does anybody else want to talk about the motion to recommend AD?
I just want to make sure I understand something. And quite honestly, you know, I've been struggling with this the whole night, listening to landowners who currently own the land, right? That's a fact. Okay. If they were to be annexed, they would still own the land.
That's correct.
They're using the land today for what they want to use the land for.
Correct.
So being annexed doesn't change them. Their desires, their dreams, their goals, their family plans, none of that. It doesn't change that, right?
I wouldn't quite go that far. So,
Okay.
So hear me out. They can continue that ag use. But again, as we spent a lot of time talking about, city regulations come into play.
Okay.
And that could affect as they want to make changes with that, right? And we've heard folks talk about how, hey, these regs are designed for suburban, urban areas, not agricultural. It gets hung up, it affects our planning. And what generally they've said, if I may, is that they want to continue agricultural. They want that to be allowed by right. They don't want to have to mess with any of the stuff we've been talking with. For that reason, the AD district would provide for that.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. So my point being if it allows them to continue to use the land as they've so intended to do, and say they, at some point, they don't have anyone to pass the land to, they get older, they want to sell the land to a developer, to someone else that wants to repurpose the land, they could come in and request rezoning for that piece of property, right?
Right.
So it just, and maybe I'm just thinking of it too simplistically, but to me, that tends to be fair in my mind. If I owned land and it's been in my family for 100 years and we've used it for agricultural purposes and we want to continue doing that, whether we get annexed or not, I should still be able to use my land for the purposes I intended. So I think if there's a provision that affords and allows them to do that, that certainly should be considered. That sounds fair to me.
Agree entirely. That's why we have that's why we have notices. That's why we have the public hearing, so they can provide that input and you can take that under consideration in making your recommendation.
Okay, and my last point, back to the notices, because I've heard people say that they received them days before they had to render a position. That doesn't seem fair to me.
Sure, then what you could do is at the end of the meeting,
Okay.
you could request that staff come back and look at or bring forward amendments to our UDC that has a notice requirement that's much greater than we currently have as part of a separate discussion.
Okay, only if it makes sense, right? Because I'm just talking about
Well,
the
whether it
purpose
makes
of the
sense or
notices.
not.
Well, I mean,
Again, we often, again, from staff perspective, I don't want to get too far because you got a motion, so
Right.
you can make that motion, we can talk about it more then.
okay. And I can talk to you offline about it, because I'm just speaking to the purpose, right? The notices goes out, I would think that it's to get feedback, or maybe it's just to let them know, right? If we don't intend to get feedback, then we give them a notice with 2 days to make a decision, right? Which might not give them enough time. So, but if we intend to get feedback, then we give them enough notice. That makes sense to me. That sounds fair to me. So, but thank you. That answered my question, and we can move on with the motion.
Anyone else? Okay, the motion before the commission is to recommend City Council that the appropriate zoning for all of these properties is AD. What's that called?
Agricultural district.
Agricultural district. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Record your votes, please. We're missing, who are we missing? There we go. We got 6 votes. You publish that vote? We have 4 ayes, 2 opposed. That motion passes. And I'll be interested to see, if council adopts this, I'll be interested to see how many non-conforming uses with the.
Yep.
Anyway, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Say if it's AD. Right, they may not. I think they will. And if that's the case. Okay.
All right, everybody, it is 9:28 p.m., and this meeting is back in session. Item 5C, PLZC 2024-0092, hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a request to rezone approximately 2,062.7 acres to single-family residential R2, known as Bear County Property Identification Numbers 310064, 1141730, 339772, 339773, 339744, 1050203, 340030, 339348, 339359, 339-341, 339778, 310012, 309842, 339293, 339275, 339328, 1013798, 310222, 310026, 1274920, 339286, 310019, 1139530, 1056967, 339331, 1178480, 309427, 309425, 310006, 310125, 1056966, 312023, 310002, 310048, 1311565, 310022, 312015, 312017, 310126, 339290, 339288, 339790, 339334, 339329, 1140481, 310007, 312008, 309429, 1190132, 310032, 310090, 310107, 1103091, 1207560, 1103092, 1103093, 339325, 339276, 1178479, 310111, 310039, 339284, 310004, 309421, 309837, 340059, 339295, 309418, 339285, 310059, 310225, 310040, a portion of 339274, and to rezone approximately 10.1 acres to Neighborhood Services District, NS, known as a portion of Bear County Property Identification Number 339274, and approximately 119.7 acres to General Business District, GB, known as Bear County Property Identification Numbers 339362 and 339353, Bear County, Texas.
So some background again, very similar to the last case in 2010 and 2011, the City of Schertz entered into delayed annexation development agreements with property owners based on Texas Local Government Code to guarantee the continuation of their extraterritorial status of the land for the term of the agreement and authorize the enforcement of all regulations and planning authority of the city that did not interfere with the use of the land. And within that agreement, annexation at end of term stipulates that 10 years after the effective date of the agreement, the property is to be annexed into the City of Schertz. In 2020 and 2021, the city authorized the city manager and staff to offer development agreement extensions based on COVID occurring. In addition to the development agreement extensions, it would allow city staff to complete the comprehensive land use plan update, which would be utilized when zoning the annexed properties. The prohibition on annexation would be in effect until January 1st, at which time the City of Schertz would begin annexation proceedings and conclude them no later than December 31st. This time that first identified date has passed and the approval of 24 SO6, the comprehensive land use plan has officially been adopted and can be utilized for zoning cases moving forward. At the April 16th, 2024 City Council meeting, Resolution 24R42 was approved, accepting the petitions for voluntary annexation. PLZC 2024-0092 is the next step in the annexation process, specifically in relation to establishing zoning for the approximately 2,192.5 acres within Bexar County. More specifically to zone approximately 2,062.7 as R2, 10.1 as Neighborhood Services District, and 119.7 as General Business District. So the Bexar County portion, very similar to the last case, is split onto two maps. So you have 1518, Lower Seguin Road, Schaefer, into Raft Burnett, and you can see the subject parcels identified by the green lines. And then you have 1518, 10, Trainer Hale up into Weir. You can see the green parcels there as well. So just a quick overview map of everybody in Bexar County. The green parcels are the proposed tracts within this zoning case. And then again, zoomed in, there's that northern group, and then the southern group. 202 public hearing notices were mailed to property owners on April 25th within 200 feet of a parcel proposed to be zoned. Additionally, property owners of parcels included within the zoning boundary were notified per Texas Local Government Code Section 211.006. Additionally, SCUCISD was notified of the proposed zoning. On April 26, 54 public hearing notice signs were placed on the subject properties. At this time, we've received 0 neutral, 1 in favor, and 18 opposed. Subject parcels are currently in the City of Schertz ETJ with delayed annexation development agreements. These properties do not currently have a zoning district assigned due to their ETJ status. The initial zoning of a land parcel shall be processed in the same manner as a request for a zoning change in accordance with UEC Section 2154. So you'll see here there is an acreage change, which is noticed in the staff report as well, but approximately 2,030 acres is proposed to be zoned single-family residential R2. It was originally noticed as 2,062.7. However, due to a noticing error, the Planning and Zoning Commission should not take action on approximately 32.7 acres, specifically Bexar County Property Identification Number 339359, and I'll go into more detail on that parcel here shortly. Approximately 10.1 acres as Neighborhood Services District, and 119.7 as General Business. The goal is to zone these subject properties in conformance with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan, the future land use map. So here is the overall map. Again, the orange is the R2, the light blue is GB, and then the darker blue is the Neighborhood Services. So there's a zoom in on the northern piece, and then the southern piece. So when we look at zoning changes, we utilize the criteria in the EDC. So number one, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. PLZC 2024-0092 includes several different zoning classifications based on the subject property's location and their designation on the future land use map. So approximately 2,030 acres of land is proposed single-family residential district R2. Specifically, and I'll try to read them very quickly, Bexar County Property ID 1141730, 310012, 309842, 339293, 339275, 339328, 101378, 310222, 310026, 127492, 339286, 310019, 113950, 1056967, 339331, 1178480, 309427, I lost my place, hold on. 309-425, 310-006, 105-6966, 312-023, 31002, 310-048, 1311565, 310-022, 312-015, 312-017, 339-290, 339-288, 339-790, 339-334, 339-329, 114-0481, 31007, 312-008, 309-429, 1190132, 31032, 310-107, 1103091, 1207560, 1103092, 1103093, 339325, 339276, 1178479, 310111, 310039, 339284, 310004, 309421, 309837, 340059, 339295, 309418, 339285, 310059, 310025, 310040, a portion of 339274, a portion of 310125, a portion of 310126, and a portion of 310090 are identified as complete neighborhood on the comprehensive land use plan. Complete neighborhoods are general areas characterized by a mixture of housing options with supporting land uses. A portion of Bear County property identification number 310125, a portion of 310126, and a portion of 310090 are identified as local corridor on the comprehensive land use plan future land use map, which is described as commercial and entertainment areas typically situated along medium to high volume collector roads with neighborhoods at the perimeter. These parcels are proposed to be zoned single-family residential R2. Although these properties have split designations in the future land use map, it is more appropriate to zone the entire parcels as single-family residential district at this time, which is consistent with local corridor. Bear County property IDs 339772, 339773, 339744, 340030, 339348, 339341, 339778, and 105023 are identified as regional corridor, which is described as commercial and entertainment areas. Although these properties are identified as regional corridor based on their location, acreage, and parcel configuration, it is more appropriate to zone these properties as single-family residential district R2. Bear County property identification number 310064 is identified as mixed-use center, which is defined as commercial and entertainment areas with a mix of uses. However, due to the property's location, approximately 800 feet north of the intersection of 1518 and Trainer Hill Road, the single-family residential district R2 is appropriate. So this is the parcel that I mentioned earlier. Bear County property identification number 339359 is identified as regional corridor, which is described as commercial and entertainment areas, including limited industrial and logistic uses. This property is located on IH-10, is currently undeveloped. That's identified up on the screen as the orange parcel with the yellow star. During the noticing for the public hearing, staff incorrectly identified this property as being proposed to be zoned single-family residential district R2, when the property should have been noticed for a proposed general business district GB zoning designation. Due to this noticing error, the Planning and Zoning Commission should not take action on Bear County property identification number 339359 if taking action as staff has proposed the zoning. This property will be heard at the subsequent May 15th Planning and Zoning Commission. It has already been noticed for that meeting to be heard, 339359 as proposed to be general business district. Approximately 119.7 acres of land is proposed to be zoned general business. That specifically Bear County property identification numbers 339353 and 339362, which are identified in the comprehensive land use plan as regional corridor, which is described as commercial and entertainment areas. Based on the identified parcels' proximity to IH-10 and the IH-10 access road, and regional corridor land use designation, the proposed general business district is appropriate. Approximately 10.1 acres of land known as a portion of Bear County property identification number 339274 is proposed to be zoned neighborhood services. This property is identified in the comprehensive land use plan as local corridor, which is described as commercial and entertainment. Based on the subject property's location along 1518, a principal arterial that is in proximity to existing residential subdivisions, the proposed neighborhood services zoning is in line with the comprehensive land use plan designation. So there is the future land use map. You can see the majority of the properties are identified as that golden complete neighborhood, but we do have that local corridor here, the mixed use center, and then the regional corridor in the red. So number 2, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. As part of promoting health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impacts. The proposed zoning district designations are compatible with the surrounding land uses and existing zoning designations on the subject properties. Additionally, per UDC Article 7, Section 2173, a nonconforming use or structure may continue to be used, operated, or occupied in accordance with the terms of the zoning regulations by which it was established, or in the case of annexed property, in accordance with the regulations under which it was created. This means that the subject properties can continue to be utilized for their existing land uses in conformance with UDC Article 7. So again, here's that proposed zoning. You can see the majority of the properties are the single-family residential R2, the general business properties, neighborhood services. Number 3, whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. The subject parcels are currently undeveloped, utilized for agricultural purposes, or utilized for residential. The proposed zoning designations are appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be annexed and zoned. Since the proposed zoning designations are based on conformance with the comprehensive land use plan, there will be properties with existing land uses that will be considered nonconforming based on the proposed zoning if approved. Upon annexation and zoning, the properties would be subject to the City of Schertz UDC, including Article 7, the nonconforming uses, lots, and structures. And again, that section does indicate nonconforming use or structure may continue to be used, operated, or occupied in accordance with the terms of the zoning regulations. The proposed zoning designations are appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be zoned. Number 4, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supply, sanitary sewer, or other public services. A public hearing notice was mailed to SCUC-ISD to notify them of the proposed zoning. Schertz PD, Fire, and EMS have indicated they do not have any concerns regarding the proposed rezoning request or their ability to provide services. With the annexation and proposed zoning of the properties, the city is better able to guide future development to ensure conformance with the Master Thoroughfare Plan, Master Water Plan, and the Master Sewer Plan. Additionally, the annexation and associated zoning would ensure that any future development will meet city standards to ensure cohesive development across the city of Schertz, which will ultimately ensure the safe, orderly, and efficient development of the city. Although no development plans are currently proposed for the properties being zoned, if development was to occur, the water, sewer, and roadways would be evaluated during the development process. Number 5, whether there have been any environmental or economical changes which warrant the requested change. No, there have not. There have been no environmental or economical changes that warrant the requested zone change. The subject properties are currently within the city's ETJ and under delayed annexation agreements. A zoning designation has not previously been established for these subject properties. Number 6, whether there is an error in the original zoning of the property for which the change is requested. Again, the subject property has no existing zoning as the properties are in the ETJ. Number 7, whether all the applicants' back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. Again, the properties are not in the city and no back taxes are owed to the city of Schertz. Number 8, whether other criteria are met which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council are deemed relevant and important to the considerations of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change and this time have not received any special considerations from the P&Z or the City Council. So due to the properties having delayed annexation, development agreements, and extensions that are expiring and are subject to voluntary annexation, it is appropriate to zone these properties at the same time. Per the agreements, upon annexation, the property shall be zoned in accordance with the uses and procedures set forth in the city's comprehensive land plan and unified development code. The proposed zoning designations are in conformance with the recently adopted comprehensive land use plan, future land use map, and staff is recommending approval of PLZC 2024-0092 as presented with Bexar County Property Identification Number 339359 excluded from the proposed zoning request.
All right, thank you, Emily.
But we, as staff, we would say if we hear very similar comments to the Comal and Guadalupe County property owners, staff would be in agreement to move forward with rezoning all of them as the agricultural district AD.
All right, thanks. All right, once again, this is a public hearing. It is 9:47 p.m. If I can make my pen work. All right, the floor is open for comment. Please, as you address the mic, get to the microphone, give your name and address for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Reagan Rowie. I live at 7993 Trainer Hale Road, Unit 4. Just trying to make some observations here. I'm glad that barbed wire has finally seen its day in court and been identified. I realize with the explanation by the city on 5A why it's taken 14 and a half years to get those put together. Just to throw it in with everybody else, I'm opposed to this, but I also recognize the fact that through all y'all's work and diligence, I have seen the council receive a recommendation of 5-acre spacing and immediately had a developer, and it went to 4 to 6 or 4 to 5 houses per acre, and they rejected your spacing completely. So whatever we do here, if you want to do it AG, GD, whatever, it's going to change, and they can see fit. And I really feel sorry for y'all for having to work so much and get it just thrown out the door. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Penshorn. I live at 8320 Trainer Hale Road. I'm not going to belabor what has been done. Thank you, Emily, for all the work in creating Article 7. I think it goes a long way toward a good step, and stuff is never done perfectly the first time. So I am here to oppose not only the annexation, but the R2 zoning on Trainer Hale Road, and to ask the Planning and Zoning Commission to recommend the agricultural designation, agricultural residential district, AD, however you want to refer to it. According to the city's website, the agricultural district is defined as, quote, areas where agricultural land is held in such use for as long as is practical and reasonable. Those of us who live in South Schertz on Trainer Hale Road are still actively using our land for agricultural purposes. Therefore, according to the definition by the city of Schertz, it should be designated agricultural residential.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janice Ludwig, and I own property on Rafe Burnett, property ID number 1274920. I am opposed to the rezoning and the annexation of my property and the surrounding areas to single-family residential. My property has been in my family for over 400 years and has been farmed and continues to be farmed today. I do not feel that I should have to be burdened with the rezoning of the area to single-family residential and the problems that will accompany this change in zoning. My property is one of the few large acreage properties left in the area, and I am sure that I speak for many other families in the area that do not want to see the beautiful countryside turned into a sea of residential homes like the 636 residential lots being created in the Saddlebrook Ranch development, which is next to my property. My family and I would like to continue our family tradition of farming the land for generations to come. I am also extremely opposed to the major principal arterial roadway, which is planned next to my property. This roadway would greatly interfere with my farming operation and remove significant acreage from my property, resulting in a reduction of farm income while completely changing the landscape of the area. My family and I ask that the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City of Schertz reconsider the rezoning of this area and allow the wonderful farming community to remain. Thank you.
Somehow I knew I could count on you, Doctor. Oh, that's all right.
Good evening again. My name is Mark Penshorn. I live at 8320 Trainer Hale Road. And per your request, Mr. Outlaw, I'm going to stick to the subject of zoning. As you may have recalled, when I've been before this board before, I've talked a lot about infrastructure, particularly drainage infrastructure. The area of South Schertz is kind of unique in that it's mostly flat. There's not a lot of inherent drainages except for the Cibolo Creek and Woman Hollering Creek. There's not very many tributaries going to those two creeks from the land in question that's being annexed. Putting 4 to 5 houses on an acre with all the impervious cover that entails is going to result in water issues that are not anticipated. And as you may recall, just last week, we were reminded that 20 inches of rain can fall in a day, as it did in Conroe. If that happens again here, there's a lot of houses on Lower Seguin Road that are going to have water in them in the new subdivisions that are being built. Because we, for some crazy reason, design our drainage to 25-year flood events, unlike the Dutch, who designed them to 1,000-year flood events. Maybe they're a little smarter than we are. And if the zoning train continues to run to its completion, I think that the least dense housing in the area makes the most sense. Whatever that is, the way I figure it, it's the residential agricultural district. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here and listening to us. But again, my name is Tracy Campos. I live at 12340 Schaefer Road, and I am against the zoning change. If somebody wants to buy somebody's property and rezone it, that should be up to them. It shouldn't be a blanket for, just to make it easier, land use survey. I understand how y'all do it and why y'all do it, but it's still not right for everybody that owns the property. Anybody wants to buy the property from whomever, then it needs to be up to them to pay the fees and do the rezoning on their own. The infrastructure in Schertz, I know EMS and fire have trouble keeping up with calls because on Schaefer Road itself, at least once a week, Cibolo is coming through to provide emergency services to back up Schertz. And it's usually not Schertz going to Cibolo. That happens every once in a while, but every week, Cibolo is coming through Schertz, through Schaefer Road, to go and assist Schertz in their community and help out for emergency service districts. Schaefer Road cannot handle more traffic, so on these R2 zonings that they want to put on Schaefer Road, it cannot handle it. Schaefer Road, even though it has a traffic light, on school mornings, traffic is backed up a mile down Schaefer Road, even with the traffic light. And so the EMS can't even handle it, the fire department can't handle it. The Schaefer Road is not the street itself is not City of Schertz, but they try and come down there and, again, there's no infrastructure to handle it. The police and fire don't have enough response time, and they just have a new fire station number 3 on Lower Seguin Road, and they still can't handle all the traffic on Schaefer Road and in the area. Thank you. I am against the zoning. Thank you.
Hello again, Craig Moore, 7703 Trainer Hale. Back, I think it was in 14 or 15, I can't remember, y'all passed that you wanted 3 main thoroughfares going east, north, south, and east, west. And so I can't help but wonder if zoning us R2 is going to bring in more houses, the capability, if any, because what I believe you said, if they never sell, you'll never build the roads. But if you're changing us all to R2, then you're creating the deaths of the people that don't want to die, that want to stay there and keep building and farming, but you're making it a lot easier for developers to come in, to pull us out, and then the next thing you know is we have this. But Lower Seguin Road down in there, I mean, they stopped putting the barriers up because they put in permanent gates to close because that floods so much right there. So you're wanting to develop this area, but you're doing it the wrong way, like 1518, where they've already got the subdivisions in and now they're trying to get the streets in. And you're not gonna do that here. I'm already have a hard time. I'm a third of a mile from the highway, and if the traffic's backed up, I know I have to drive around to make a left into my driveway, because if I try to come in and make a right, I'm sitting there for a half hour. When I bought the land years ago, this was the first time I ever had to come here. This is the third time I've had to come here. I never went to city councils before. I went to court for tickets, but never for this. But I'm in that odd thing because I'm still the pre-guy. But when you read what you read, where it said there was a time limit that they had to make a decision, when did that come into effect? Because it's not in the paperwork that I was handed standing in the office the other day. And so if that's a change, I'm down with whatever. I'll be an RD, I'll be an RA, I'll be a AG. Give me something so that then I can bitch about what I am. But to make me pay for Schertz mistakes back then when they zoned me in, I don't feel that's right. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Charlie Lensman. I reside at 8447 Trainer Hill Road. I own property at 8602 Trainer Hill Road. It's a 70-acre farm that's been in farming and ranching production as long as I can remember. My mom is adjacent to me, owns 100 acres of land that has been in agricultural use since 1950. I am against the annexation, but I would ask that you leave this property in South Bexar County, South Schertz, not South Bexar County, in agricultural use, because it's all family farms where I live. They're all small, 100 acres or so, but they've all been in production for generations. So I ask that you leave it as agricultural.
Anyone else? Once again, I really expected more from Southern Schertz. I didn't expect all that from Northern Schertz, so. Yeah, and I'm sorry, it's that sometimes these meetings drag on so long. So anyone else want to address us on this topic? No? All right. That's okay.
My name is Breezy Webb. I live at 360 Big John Lane, New Braunfels, Texas, 78132. Growing up in the area, we often, took country drives down Trainer Hill Road, Lower Seguin Road. I now have clients down those roads, and when it rains, it rains. I have a truck with an 8-inch lift on it, and I wouldn't dare drive that truck through one of those streets because I know I'm going to be swept away. Adding more population to undeveloped roads, to fields, and just trying to layer it with base to throw a concrete pad on it to put a Cracker Jack box on it is not the solution for that. Leave the land alone, leave it as it is, because as one mentioned, when 20 inches of rain comes down, we're going to have to be asking for a state of emergency. That's it.
Hi, good evening, almost good morning. I'm Afton Brown. I live at 12503 Bar Way, and I'm in Rhine Valley. I'm in that development immediately at the beginning of Lower Seguin. And I've run that road for about 5 years, and I've seen the construction they're putting up and all the homes, already doing those 2 master plan communities right there. And that road is totally undeveloped. Like I don't know when they're planning to put in more infrastructure for everyone around there, but I never thought they'd be putting in more homes back in that farmland. It just doesn't even make sense. The road isn't even good enough for it. And like everyone had said, if you drive past my community, even right in front of my community, when it rains, it totally floods out, and that's never been fixed. Everyone who comes by my house knows that if you're going down Lower Seguin, it's basically pothole city. But I love it because it's all farmland. And I really just don't know how they're planning on putting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of more homes into that area. It's just not even ready for it. So I just wanted to let you know, just from being there every day, I don't know how you're going to develop it there. So that was my question for the planning committee and what you decided or what you're planning on doing there. Thank you.
Lisa Schmidt, 8206 Trainer Hill Road. It was my husband's turn to get up here this time, but he chickened out, so our area there is 1 to 400 acre places, agricultural use. We've all raised all of our families, all of our kids.
If I could interrupt, you're very soft-spoken, so yes.
It's because I'm really nervous.
Thank you.
So, we've raised all of our children. They've gone off, they've come back, they've gone off. You know, lots of 4-H's. A lot of life there for all of us. It's still being used that way. We'd like it to be, you said it, short and simple, agricultural. Like it to stay that way. We'd rather not be annexed at all, but if we have to. And we are older generation, and eventually y'all will probably get it, you know, for residential. But at that time, make it residential. Don't do it to us now. Thank you.
Anyone else? Again.
Hello
Okay.
again.
3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Real quick, I just wanted to say I'm so proud to actually see this. The truth is that no matter what happens, of course, I know it's 3 minutes for most of us, but it's actually going to change our lives. How much time do you really dedicate to that, right? Some of these people have been working their land for generations. I just want to thank the board because I see a lot of people actually genuinely passionate about what they're doing. And I wish there was more people like some of you that actually take the time and doing these things for the right thing. I hope we don't fall so far from our values that we put other things in front of what matters. In Texas, we used to value farming, ranching, the way of life, our value system, what separated us and what made us unique. It seems like we're a dying breed. I'm not ready for it, and neither are my children. And once again, I hate to say this slogan because it was actually the Spartans, but come and take it.
I'm not nervous, but my name is Jim Barr. My wife Sharon and I live on 8758 Trainer Hill Road. We have 10 acres of land that we purchased in 1974. Our dream was to retire on our land. And I've retired 2 years ago. My wife's going to retire in a month. And it's pretty, I don't know how y'all would feel, but you work your whole life, 50 years, get a place. We've had our place for a long time. We don't want to see rooftops. Everything we have around us is cattle. It's cattle country. I mean, these people work their whole lives. I mean, it's just not right. I know progress is inevitable. We understand that. But there's other places y'all can build besides South Schertz, besides Trainer Hill Road. I mean, we've been there for a long, long time, and we really want to retire in a peaceful, quiet neighborhood. But it just doesn't seem fair to me. You know, I don't. Y'all aren't in our situation. You probably don't understand what we're saying. But when you work 50 years and you want to retire and you want to see things stay the way they are, it's pretty important to us. Thank you.
First of all, I want to apologize for what happened a while ago with Mr. Outlaw. It's just sad, I mean, to go through 18 years, you know, begging for water in United States of America. That's one thing. Another two, begging the city to clean our small street, which is Frobosi Street, which is, I call it a little alley. The trees fall, you know, nobody ever once in a while they go and clean it, but yet our taxes keep going up. Also, you know, at the main entrance of the Parkland subdivision, I don't know how many of the neighbors have been long enough there, but there was one time that the whole street just opened up when it rained. A major hole got there, you know, so evidently that's agriculture, land. You know, also down the road on Eckhart, when you're going towards Green Valley, that area right there keeps opening up over and over and over. You know, so then they building these houses. You can even go look into my house. It's in pure beams pretty much, and it keeps cracking because the soil moves, especially when we don't get rain. Also, about a year and a half ago, I was in the bind that I wanted to repair my house because I want to leave something good for my children. And I happened to buy a mobile home, a 2015 mobile home that hardly had ever been used. And I bought it there in New Braunfels. But yet, to my surprise, I could not move it into my property. So it's sad that you work so hard to own a property, to finish paying your property, and you can't do nothing with it, and you have 5 acres. I cannot build certain things. I'm not grandfather. I got an ex without permission. I couldn't bring that mobile home, not even temporarily, because I was going to devalue the other properties. But yet, and when you walk also, when you drive in the Parkland subdivision, on this side of my property, if I'm facing this way on this side of my property, this is the front of my house, they build smaller houses than in the front. You can hardly even drive to that area. I mean, but yet I cannot bring just one mobile home into a 5-acre property, but yet they build so many. They want to build maybe around 30 houses on my 5 acres. You know, so all we're asking is just to feel some sympathy. I know a lot of you might have, you know, jobs, well-paid off jobs, and your duty is to do this kind of job. You know, to just put pressure on people. What are we? We're just a number, maybe to many of y'all. But we're still human beings. We still have dreams. We still have families. We still want to live in our property and see our children grow. I don't want to live with my, you know, go live with my in-laws or anybody else. I want to live in my own property. I want to grow old and there where my grandchildren can come and see me and I don't have to go to their property. You know, so all of us have a dream. All of us work for our dreams. So all I'm calling y'all to just think about it, you know, on the decisions that y'all make. Today you might have money. Tomorrow you might not know if you're in my position or in somebody else's position. Just remember that, and thank you so much for your time.
Anyone else? No? You sure? All right, it is 10:12 p.m. And the public input is, portion of this hearing is closed. Commissioners, if you will, let me just start off with some general comments. I spent 25 years with Schertz Fire Department. Started with them in 1989. I was here for the 97 flood, which took most of what's now the park out there, and everybody said they'd never seen anything like that. And then 98 rolled around and it was even worse. Took the rest of the area that what's now, and I wish I could remember, Crescent Bend Park. Used to be full of homes, including our assistant city manager lived out there. So I've seen a lot of change. We've been through a lot of all that development you see out there, Saddlebrook, Rhine Valley, which, believe it or not, started out as Pride Rock. All of those things, I wasn't on planning and zoning. I was still an employee at the time, but we heard all the arguments about we don't want to be annexed, and this property, it's been in our family for 150 years, and we're never going to sell it. Well, somebody sold it, okay? Basically, your neighbors are the ones, they sell their property, and then the developers come in, and we do our best to try to, control isn't the right word, but to try to drive that development, but it's inevitable. It's, I wish we could do more. But we understand the concerns, we understand the passion, the discussion about you bought your dream home out there and now we're going to come along and pull the rug out from under you. As far as that, Saddlebrook is building part of what someday may be an extension of 3009. It won't be called 3009 because it won't be a state highway. Many years ago, long enough that I don't remember how many, TxDOT was going to extend 3009 from 78 all the way to I-10. And that project was derailed by the residents that live out there. So TxDOT has taken that off the, they're not even thinking about it anymore. Well, then along about what we used to do is when a developer put in a subdivision, the city would require him to develop whatever the road was in front of his subdivision. Schaefer Road, Lower Seguin. Well, about 3 or 4 legislative sessions ago, the state took that authority away from us. We can't do that anymore. So our latest attempt is we charge what are called roadway impact fees, and we collect those fees, and hopefully someday the city will go in there and build some of those. Now, that's all really governed by our master thoroughfare plan, and if you look, it shows an extension of 3009 all the way to I-10. Well, the city's not going to go out there and build that road. And I don't remember who it was, but the lady that has all that property on Rafe Burnett, and that thoroughfare plan is just, it's a rough estimate. That's not necessarily where the roads are going to go. I live up in Savannah Square, about 1.5 miles up the road here, up on the hill. You talk about seeing Cibolo fire. Well, 9 times out of 10, when a fire truck goes by my house, it's black and silver. It's not red and white. Shortly, about the time I retired in 2014, we entered an agreement with Cibolo where its closest unit, because both fire departments are dispatched by our dispatcher. So both fire departments are in the same dispatch system. So rather than jurisdictional boundaries, it's whatever unit is closer. And the problem we ran into as a fire department, we went out there and we built that brand-new fire station out there on Lower Seguin Road, number 3. But it's one engine company. If they're out on a call, they're already busy. The next closest one is right over here, unless they're out on a call. Now you're looking at the one up on the interstate. So the whole idea, that's why you see a lot of Cibolo. It's just that agreement we have, because the philosophy back then was, let's take care of the people. The heck with these boundaries. Let's make sure we're taking care of our people. And then one last thing, if you don't mind, could you tell us the difference between RA, residential agriculture, and AD, agriculture district?
Versus 5 acres, and some of the uses are slightly different. Again, the RA doesn't generally allow the same agricultural-related uses fully based on that minimum property size. At its most basic, it's the minimum size.
So agricultural district requires the minimum 5 acres?
5 acres.
But you can still live on it and,
Sure.
okay.
Yep, you can still live on it, but then it allows those, I believe, because I was looking at when we talked, it allows a few more of the agricultural-related type uses.
Oh, that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, commissioners.
I have questions. I won't make a motion until we're all done, but real quick. So there was a couple questions about the detention and possible flood issues. Is Southern Schertz in a mandatory detention area, or is that, no? Okay.
The city's stormwater drainage ordinance applies to the entire city. We don't distinguish particular areas, but essentially folks generally they have to detain to not increase the rate of flow. There are some exceptions with that. You know, I typically refer to it as coincidental peaks or peak on peak, where you want to get the water out quicker before the stuff downstream comes. But generally that's what applies. And again, I certainly appreciate Dr. Pinshorn's comments. Yeah. It's a theoretical. The other I would say, and for the folks who are here in 98, and again, as I've heard the stories, people are going, this is crazy. What do you mean moving to flow? It's not raining. Well, it was raining up by Bernie, and so what happens outside of our boundaries affects us as well.
Okay, that was it. I was just curious. I think it's an interesting perspective doing a very similar job in San Antonio, where you see the same, not the similar, the same situation, but very similar situations where we're now at a point where your city limits are growing so large, and the same pre-development, or not pre-development, but pre-annexation or preliminary annexation agreements were signed, and now they've come due. So this isn't an independent issue. Other people are facing this too, but it's making sure that the land use is accounted for correctly, and that development meets needs. So that's all my questions.
I have a question. So these properties are not in the city limits currently. They're in ETJ.
That's correct.
So what governs what can be built on their property? Is it county regulations, or is it city being in the ETJ? What governs what can be built?
So it's generally in terms of laws, it would be the county regulations. The city does have some regulations that extend over into the ETJ, but generally in terms of what you can build, the laws that govern that are the counties.
And being counties, they don't have that many laws, do they?
They don't have as many as the city, no. I think that's a
So-
fair statement.
So I
They don't have
guess,
zoning control.
I guess what I'm getting at is, if these properties are not zoned appropriately and then annexed into the city, it's basically a free-for-all out there. Somebody can come in and build whatever they want.
I wouldn't go that far. If council chooses not to annex these properties and let the agreement lapse by the time frame at the end of the year, which we're required to complete that annexation, then there would be no zoning control of those properties that would restrict the use at all.
So that's basically what we're trying to do. We're trying to provide some sort of planning and order and to what's going to happen in the future. It's inevitable. And you look at the development on the southern sector of Schertz, most all that land was farmland at one time, but somebody sold it. And now it's not farmland. So I own some farmland and it's actively farmed, and I appreciate where everybody is, but you know, you can't control what your neighbor's going to do, and your neighbor's going to do what they're going to do with their property. And so we're just trying to provide a little bit of planning and future development, because it's coming whether we like it or not.
Yeah, I think maybe if I made it sort of add on that, you know, it's planning for our community's future. And again, you've heard generally, I think everybody get up and talk about not wanting development to change their way of life. And you know, without zoning, you don't have that restriction. The other thing that people certainly talk about is they want certain levels of infrastructure, right? And as we've talked to you about, the impact on the city's infrastructure, and I'd say be that police or fire or EMS or water or sewer roads, is not just impacted by the folks in the city of Schertz, right? So again, and I can appreciate the irony of this, anybody here who drives on FM 1518, right, that's not in the city limits, they will benefit from that road being improved, for which the property owners in Schertz are paying a substantially more amount of money in terms of the commitment that was made to help get that project funded. I think in order of magnitude, $12.5 to $15 million. We talked about Fire Station 3, we've talked about the one company. Well, the city of Schertz has started the process of building Fire Station 4. And so as we get another fire station to deal with those calls, it frees up Fire Station 3. The benefit for folks in southern Schertz where we have those agreements, but that new fire station is paid for by the property owners in Schertz. The investment the city is making in terms of sewer infrastructure and the agreements we've made with other sewer providers that folks benefit from are paid for by the residents of the city of Schertz. And so again, the last thing I'll simply say is you heard a number of folks get up and say, if you want to build houses here, to my knowledge, the city of Schertz has never built a single house anywhere. We don't build houses. We don't acquire land to build houses. Private property owners choose to sell for their property to be developed and develop their property, and then the city has to respond and deal with that. So,
And then the other thing is a requirement to sit up here is to be a property owner in the city of Schertz. And we all are property owners in the city of Schertz.
I think you have to just be a resident. I don't think you have to.
We changed it?
I think we amended it with the last.
It used to be a property owner.
It used to be.
So anybody can come in? Jeez.
Anybody who lives in Schertz can sit on the planning.
Just like
and
running for
zoning
city
commission.
council, you don't have to own property
You don't have to own property.
to do that.
You can be a renter.
It used to be that way for us.
More recently than that.
For us, it used to be that way. But
Yes.
anyway, all right, then, never mind. And before if I put on my prediction hat and we go AD on all this, are all these properties 5 acres at least? And the one we just did, are they all 5 acres at least? Because they can't be AD if they're not 5 acres.
So again, they can be AD. The lot size is non-conforming. And so that's not an issue because it's a lot size issue. So it doesn't affect necessarily the use, it affects the lot size. So it's a different impact than some of the other factors. But again, I believe that we're still recommending that the PLZC 20420092 identification number 339359 be excluded and bring that back next time. I am of the impression they don't want to be AD.
Patrick, you have anything? Roderick? No. Danielle? So, okay. Once again, this is a recommendation to City Council that if they were to annex these properties, we would recommend a particular zoning or mix of zoning. We can recommend approval of what staff is proposing. We can recommend denying what staff is proposing, or as we did in the previous item, we can recommend an alternative to City Council. So,
I recommend AD. Is that wrong? I shouldn't do this.
yeah. So, yeah, I was going to say, I was going to ask if anyone would like to make a motion.
I make a motion that we recommend AD.
And if I may, for clarification, are you also recommending we exclude the property?
With the exclusion.
Okay, and that the basis for that recommendation is the same that was presented on the last item?
What?
The basis for that motion, the reason to go AD is the same that was stated the last item?
Oh,
Yes.
due to the same reasons as the prior.
All right, so I have a motion to recommend all of the properties except 339359 be zoned AD. Do I have a second?
I second.
Where did that come from? All righty, Commissioner Wallace. All right, you have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Not, please record your votes. Okay, and 6 is the right number now, all right? All right, so I have 6 votes. Can you publish that, please? I have 5 ayes, 1 opposed. I voted against it because I think it should be pre, if you need a reason. All right. So once again, that's only a recommendation. This item will be on the City Council agenda, I think, they're June 4th? Yeah. And so once again, you'll have an opportunity to talk to the real decision makers at that meeting. All right, so let's see, moving on. Item 5D, PLZC 2024-003, hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a request to rezone approximately 1.4 acres of land from Office Professional, OP, to Neighborhood Services District, NS, generally located 250 feet south of the intersection of Antler Drive and FM 3009, more specifically known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 20412, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas. Daisy?
PLZC 2024-003, zone change from Office Professional District OP to Neighborhood Services District NS on approximately 1.4 acres. Daisy Marquez, planner, and as per Mr. James, I'm going to flip through the presentation slides so it is on record, but I'm not going to be reading them one by one. Here's the subject property, just so you know. It's on FM 309, Guadalupe parcel ID 20412. Again, the existing zoning, it's surrounded by single family. It's in this enclave of single family. Public hearing notices, proposed zone change, UDC section 2154D, criteria for approval. So staff recommends that due to the incompatibility with the proposed Neighborhood Services District NS within an enclave of single-family residential R1 properties, staff recommends denial of PLZC 2024-003.
All right, thank you, Daisy. Okay, it is 10:32 PM. And I will open the floor for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the commission on this topic, please step forward, give your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Dennis Kacherka. I live 5 miles south of Seguin on 157 Alsop Lane. I'm also the owner of this 1.4 acres. I don't know if any of y'all knew my dad, Charlie Kacherka, but he was instrumental in putting Savannah Square together.
Oh, okay.
And that land was part of that. And in early 80s was the first time I've been to a city council meeting, and my dad zoned that professional office and professional, because I was going to build him a real estate office there. And I guess it was 83, he put the brakes on it, and he says, I just don't feel right about it. And 84 is when the banks and savings and loans it went defunct, the stock market dropped, Resolution Trust Corporation was formed to liquidate the assets of banks, and just, well, y'all probably know that. So we didn't build an office there, and here I am 25 years later, and looking at 3009, that has changed tremendously. And what was needed then is not needed now that I can see. You blink, 3009 has another neighborhood, blink again, another neighborhood, blink again, another neighborhood. So now to change this to neighborhood services, I think would be more adequate, more appropriate, and that's why I'm asking for the change. Incidentally, I'm the second graduating class of Samuel Clemens, and I can remember going in a bus, this is a long time, this is early 60s, where 3009 was not there. It was a turn row. And I don't know if it was Mr. Becker who was farming it at the time. It was just a plowed field. And then I remember equipment out there started taking down trees, and you saw more and more of the land, and then crushed limestone. And look at what our forefathers created. 3009, way to go. It's awesome. To be on the city council, I think, is an honor. And you're doing a great job. That's all I got to say. I'm probably the shortest speaker here, so I have no backup here.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
How you doing? Vince Priorella. We represent the buyer for that piece of land. We are with Watershed Car Wash, and that is the business that we're trying to put on that piece of land there. So we just want to be reconsidered for neighborhood services change from office and from the office classification. We feel that the 3009 is littered with neighborhood services. You got a coffee house across the street. You have the Take 5 right next door. And we just feel that the car wash would be a benefit to the area. The car wash brings energy to the area. We're a family-owned business. We started back in 2009, and we've grown the business since 2018 here in Texas to 35 locations between Texas and Oklahoma City. This is Willie Awile. He is our district manager for all of San Antonio and the outlying areas. He oversees all those areas, and I'm a director for the company. I've been with the company 20 years. And just talking to people that live in Schertz, people that travel up and down the 3009, they were excited when we said, hey, we're trying to acquire a property over there. And as far as the neighborhood behind us, we're going to cut that. The plan is to cut that property down 5 to 6 feet, and then build a 8-foot block retaining wall around the 3 sides, other than the 399 side, of course. And what that kind of creates a buffer. And then we don't even believe that the neighborhood would be able to see, basically be able to see the car wash after all that's accomplished. So we got.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Yes, and I apologize. I should have, because normally we give the applicant time to speak, and I didn't even think to ask, so I apologize for that. Anybody else? No? Gonna make this an easy one, huh? At least this, all right, so 10:38. And public input is closed. Couple of general comments. Wow, yeah, the folks that have lived here for a long time know a lot of change. I moved into Savannah Square. It was 399 was still 2 lanes with a 4-way stop sign at the interstate. And so I thought I'd seen a lot of change. And then I spend a lot of time reminding the commission that the issue is the zoning, not the project. And we were doing real well till you folks got up and told us what you wanted to build. You do realize that that 2-bay addition to Take 5 was a car wash. They just went out, they've just closed a year or 2 ago. You guys know that, right? Okay. All right, commissioners, who's got something to talk about here besides me? Okay. Commissioners, anything?
A question for staff. So does Schertz have a tree ordinance that could impact? I know there's a number of kind of larger oaks on the lot.
Yeah, so we have our tree mitigation and preservation ordinance, but it's capped at 100 inches per acre. And depending on if it's a protected or heritage tree, it's either $100 per inch or $300 per inch. But again, that's capped at 100 inches per acre.
Yeah.
So we would still lose a significant amount of trees.
Yeah. Okay. I'll have.
Would it be, could you bring up, would it be difficult to get to the current zoning map? All right, yeah, that'll work right there, yeah. So again, I remember Savannah Square as a plan, as a PDD. So apparently this parcel was not part of that original, I don't know, anyway. So my question is, staff is recommending denial because of incompatibility. You look what we got, you can't quite see it, but down here in the right-hand corner, now that neighborhood services, there's a dental office and a daycare, and it butts right up to to William Scarborough, the homes there, the back fences. You go across the street as neighborhood services, and you've got Walgreens Pharmacy, along with the retail center that has pizza and dry cleaners. In other words, there's right there we've got, and that backs up to the homes on William Scarborough. So I'm not sure why your reasoning why you think it's neighborhood services there would be incompatible.
So when we go through UDC section 2154D, the criteria for approval, we also look at the surrounding properties. And when staff was evaluating the R1 and that all of the properties are still used as single-family residential properties, and I just want to point out that this is an existing Deer Haven neighborhood, and this is Antler Drive, and as you know, they are a very active neighborhood as well. And it's still being used as single-family, and we just believe that because it is stuck in this enclave of people that are still using the homes for single family and it's zoned R1, then it would be inappropriate to essentially ask for NS, which is a more intense use that allows more intense uses than would be allowed in office professional district, whereas office professional district is our least intense commercial use and only allows things like small offices. But I also want to point out that because this is a commercial property adjacent to residential, if it is developed as some sort of commercial, they would have to build an 8-foot masonry wall all along the 3 edges of the property line. And they would still have to do a 20-foot landscape buffer with, I believe, 1 tree every 20 linear feet, but don't take me on that for sure. It's either 120 or 130. But there is still significant screening that would have to be done at site plan development.
But they would have to do that even if it stayed office professional.
Correct.
right?
And I would just sort of add on to Daisy, so the couple of examples you provided, even the one that you can see on the map here, is at an intersection. So I think that plays a big difference is, you think the Walgreens, it's at an intersection. The CVS is at an intersection of 2 roadways, where this would literally be in the middle of a residential area. It doesn't have 2 road frontages. It's not at, a typical intersection where neighborhood services would be more appropriate.
Would it be an issue if that wasn't a flag lot right there? If that R1 wasn't between that lot and the PDD, would you still feel the same way?
I don't know, we'd have to evaluate it, but at this point, right, it's R1 completely surrounding the property.
What? A tough sell. I know we had, if I'm not mistaken, we'd reviewed this piece of property before.
No,
It
actually.
was one more north,
Yeah, the one before.
but in the Deer Haven subdivision. Let me go to the
aerial, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, so the point is that, it would drive a lot of traffic to that residential area. I mean.
To the north of that is floodplain.
Right. You know what the traffic pattern would be for neighborhood services to that area? Okay, so where's the light at?
At Savannah and FM 3009.
Okay, and then as you go up 3009, where's the next light across from the coffee shop?
There at that next intersection. What is that, Antler? Yeah, Antler and Circle Oak. There's a traffic light there.
Okay. And then the property is beyond that, because you make that left to go up Antler into the neighborhood, right?
Yeah, the only access for this would be off of 3009. The difference when we looked at that other lot, TxDOT was denying access, so they would have to come in off of Deer Haven or whatever that street is there. That was one of the reasons we didn't.
plating process, during the site plan process, if the zoning, was approved, or if someone wanted to develop this as OP, TxDOT would review those driveway access locations.
Thank you.
Okay, Richard?
What's directly behind this property?
The house,
Where?
right up here.
And it is still being occupied.
Right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who lives there now. Used
Sir,
to be,
the public hearing's closed. If he's going to keep, you need to sit down, or if you're going to keep talking, you're going to have to, he's going to have to ask you to come back to the mic. Yes, you. Yes, yeah, please.
Used to be named, their last name was Hayes. I don't know if they're still there or not, but back when, before it was Roy Richard, it was named after the Texas Ranger, Hayes.
So on this little flag stem here, that driveway goes from 3009 and it winds back to that house you just pointed out?
Yes. Thank you, Dan. Anybody else? Richard's thinking. We'll give him a couple of minutes here.
We don't get papers anymore, so I have to look on this 12-year-old iPad, and sorry if it takes too long, but
Oh, no,
that's the way it is.
we haven't hit the record yet.
Real quick, there was opposition to this,
Yes, correct.
and that was from, I'm sorry, I don't have the
That
map pulled
was
up.
from one of the properties
Okay.
here directly adjacent to the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, 2020 hindsight, if we'd been doing this 40, 45 years ago, maybe Deerhaven wouldn't have gone all the way to 3009. We'd have zoned some of that frontage as neighborhood services or something, but, unless those folks want to move on, we're kind of stuck with what we got. Did you find what you were looking for, Richard?
One, but the surrounding property owners still have until the Friday by noon before the first city council hearing to turn in their responses.
Yeah, that's what surprised me when they were earlier, some of the people were talking about they didn't have to meet the deadline. I thought the only real deadline was to city council, not to us.
So that's correct.
Yeah.
But they wanted to turn it in before the P&Z agenda got posted, so it would be included in the packet.
Oh, okay. But you folks normally give us the last minute ones anyway, right? So, you good? You guys? All right, so once again, recommendation to city council on PLZC 2024-003 to rezone this piece of property from office professional to neighborhood services. City staff has recommended denial. We can recommend approval, we can recommend denial, we can come up with an alternative if we want to. So if someone would like to make a motion for one of those.
I'll make a motion that we recommend denial.
I second.
All righty. Denial, and that came from Mr. McMaster. And the second was Wallace. All right, any further discussion or questions? No, sir, sorry, it's, as the attorney pointed out, if we ask you questions, you can respond, but, all right, so nobody has any more? All right, please record your votes. Figure out how to do this. 6 votes. If you'd publish that, please. And that's 5 in favor, 1 opposed. That recommendation will be for denial. My vote was against that motion, so all righty, so 5-1, and I'm the odd man out again, okay. All right. So once again, this will go to City Council. They make the final decision. So you folks will have another opportunity to present your case to City Council, okay? All righty. 5E, PLZC 2024-0072, hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a request to rezone approximately 9.4 acres of land from General Business District to Manufacturing District Light, a portion of Comal County Property Identification Number 115664, and a portion of Comal County Property Identification Number 402758, approximately 1,500 feet east from the intersection of Hubertus and IH-35 North Access Road, City of Schertz, Comal County, Texas.
So PLZC 2024-0072 was actually withdrawn by the applicant today, and they were proposing a zone change from general business district to manufacturing. Oh, sorry. On approximately 9.4 acres, and here is the subject property, just so you know what was being proposed where. This was along I-35. IDV was here to the right, but again, the applicant withdrew the application.
All right, thank you. Now, that being said, this was posted as a public hearing, and we are required to conduct a public hearing. So it is 10:54 p.m. Please, no. Well, let me say this. I'd like to hear your comments because now, if they were to resubmit, it would be another public hearing, right? Okay, but
I guess, would y'all have recommended approval or denial? I guess that.
well, we're not going to do anything
Didn't
tonight
get
because
that
they've
far.
withdrawn
Okay,
it. But we'd appreciate hearing your comments. You sat here all this time.
Sure. My name is Michelle Bammel. I'm the owner of 2 properties in Schertz, but the one in question is the one on the screen. I am so grateful to the city of Schertz. It has been a wonderful way to feed my children, and I have enjoyed serving the city and all of the community as a veterinarian for the pet owners here. So I am the little notch out of that property, the building there on the corner, which benefited from this planning and zoning committee. I was here, I don't know, 5 years ago or so. My argument was going to be everything along I-35 there is typically general business. Sit, sir. He's been really good tonight. Sit. It's general business. There is some industrial there. And the idea along I-35 is to serve the community, and everything around me is so lovely. There's a school and a church, and even the warehouses coming in are really clean. And I just wasn't in favor of having manufacturing right behind me. It's very visible from I-35. I envisioned piles of supplies, and I don't know, it just didn't seem appropriate for how lovely the area is. There are other appropriate areas for manufacturing set off the road, other areas that are already zoned for that. So I just wanted to voice that I get it, I get change, I've benefited from change, but it's so lovely right there, and I just hoped that it would stay appropriate for the community and people driving through Schertz so that it would look so nice from 35. That was all.
All right, well, thank you, Dr. Brown. Well, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. It's been a while since we've seen you.
I know, it's okay. Thank you so much.
One of my girls was just up there last week, and great care. So, all right, thanks again. All right, so I guess there's no need for discussion, or we just all righty. But this way, if it comes back and you don't make it, we've heard you. So okay, all right. So no action to be taken there. 5F. PLSPU 2024-0058, hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a request for a specific use permit to allow mixed-use self-storage in general business district on approximately 2.2 acres located east of the intersection of FM 3009 and Forest Ridge, more specifically known as a portion of Guadalupe County property ID number 70506, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas. Well, we're going to get out of here early tonight, folks.
PLSPU 2024-0058, a specific use permit to allow mixed-use self-storage in general business district on approximately 2.2 acres, Daisy Marquez, planner. And I'm gonna kind of flip through these quickly just so they're on the record, but I just want to point out the existing property. Here is that gas station on FM 3009. It is currently general business district, and the applicant is asking for a specific use permit to allow mixed-use self-storage within general business district. And then again, this is FM 3009. Here's that Forest Ridge commercial development. So UDC Article 16 defines mixed-use self-storage as a climate-controlled building containing ground floor retail, service, or office space with separate individual storage units for rent or lease, and the conduct of sales, business, or any activity other than the storage shall be prohibited within the individual storage units, and such building shall be a minimum of 45 feet. And as per UDC Section 2158, a specific use permit is required for mixed-use self-storage in general business district. And more specifically, the applicant is proposing a 140,600 square foot mixed-use self-storage building at the rear of a larger development that includes a 20,000 square foot commercial retail strip that's closer to FM 3009 per their conceptual site plan. And again, a specific use permit allows for discretionary city council approval of uses with unique or widely varying operating characteristics or unusual site development features, subject to the terms and conditions set forth in this UDC, and approval of a specific use permit allows the applicant to submit subsequent development applications consistent with the approved specific use permit. So again, UDC Section 21511D, the criteria for approval. And I'm kind of just going to go flipping through them so that they're on the record. So when it comes to the staff recommendation, staff recommends approval of PLSPU 2024-0058, the specific use permit to allow mixed-use self-storage at the subject property conditioned upon the following. A building permit is approved within 2 years of the adoption of the SCP ordinance in accordance with the Unified Development Code, Article 5, Section 21511F, expiration of specific use permit. And 2, 25% of the usable square footage of the first floor of the proposed mixed-use self-storage building be for office, service, or retail space, separate from the individual self-storage units for rent or lease, and must be along the side of the building facing the FM 3009 street frontage. And the applicant is here and has a presentation.
All right.
Can I ask a quick question from staff? You said a minimum of 45 feet?
No, not yet. Okay.
Thank you, Daisy. Hi, everyone. Ashley Fairmont, Killing Griffin and Fairmont, 10101 Reunion Place. I will try not to be too long on this. I appreciate you all still being here and considering this item. So I represent Brundage Management Company. They are a storage company. This is what they do. This would be their 59th storage unit, I believe. They are San Antonio-based, family-owned company. So they're quite experienced in what they do. Site location, and as Daisy mentioned, the site is already Zone GB. It's set back from the road, and I'll show you why in a second. It's part of a larger project, about 4.5 acres, where the frontage is retail, and then the storage unit would be behind, so we only need the SUP on the rear portion. The mixed-use self-storage I guess it was a few months ago, was adopted as a UDC amendment, so will be the first, if approved. And the idea being to have some of those units on the ground level that have retail office with the storage component as well. So I think there's a storage unit on 35 that has that, and one on Hubertus as well. So the idea being to kind of engage that lower level. And then the code requirement for this new district is a minimum of 45 feet in height. So it's not a maximum, it's a minimum. So the building will be 4 stories tall. The staff conditions for the SUP were the building permit within 2 years, which is fine, and then that 25% of that ground level be that retail office space with the doors that open to the outside and that can have public coming in and out. This is a site plan for the project. So the rear portion, that's where the storage unit is, and then the front piece is retail, the idea being neighborhood type services that would fit in kind of with this location off of 3009. That gas station is Quick Trip, so a little bit south of there. Just a colored rendered plan. This shows there's been landscape architects involved, so paying attention to existing trees, keeping those as many as possible, and then planting some new trees as well. Just an idea of the elevations of the building, what it would look like. The storage unit with the front, just a rendered, and then this one kind of gives you a bit more context of the retail along the frontage with the storage unit to the back. And just kind of the other side. Those are made-up tenants. So, there's no tenants who've signed any leases yet, but that's the idea, is just to provide that neighborhood type services. With that, I'm very happy to answer questions. Again, thank you all for staying so late, and hope that you will recommend approval. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Okay. Public hearing time again. It's 11:04 p.m. and all the chairs are empty, but I have to ask, anyone, public comment? Look at the stampede, right? All right. Yeah, I'll wait. There we go. 11:05. Public input is closed, so you got your question answered. Okay. I'm confused here. I looked and looked and looked and looked. Do we have a unified development code different from the one that's online?
So unfortunately, Muni Code is not able to keep up with all our new ordinance updates, so they are not online just yet, but they are still available to the public through our agendas. So it's not officially in our Muni Code immediately accessible. It still needs to be updated by Muni Code.
How much did we spend on that?
I can back up.
Well,
we have the
okay.
same issue, so.
But, yeah, and I
sometime.
understand that. Maybe because I looked and looked and looked and looked, and I said, maybe I should call Emily rather than
No.
ambush her at the meeting, okay?
Yes, we understand, sir. They're still doing updates from like 2022.
Well, maybe you guys could have taken those excerpts and stuck them in the agenda package or something, because I never could find, and I even looked in chapter 16, okay? It's not there. Okay, anyway, that squares it. And that also allows then, because all I could find was mini warehouse, and that's, so, but now, the current ones that aren't published yet in there, define the mixed-use self-storage, and they allow that in GB with a special use permit.
Correct,
Yes?
sir.
Okay. Now, my other question, and these are kind of procedural, I guess, because when I look at the appraisal district map, this is one huge lot. So, all the way from 3009 all the way back, it's just one big
It's the Rips
lot.
family property.
So,
Yes. So it will be platted.
Okay.
Engineers are engaged. I don't think a preliminary plat has been submitted yet. We need to get through this process first. But we've had the pre-development meeting, and so it will be platted. Similar to what Quick Trip did, they also purchased from the Rips family.
yeah, it's nice to see them, to see something finally developing on that big old piece of
Slowly.
property. Is there going to be any access from Baptist Health, or is it all just in and out from 309?
No, it'll be all in and out from 3009. Baptist Health is proposed to run to the rear of the site eventually.
I mean, not like we don't have traffic out there already, you know.
Self-service storage is about the lowest traffic
Well,
generator.
yeah, except the nice little retail place that you're putting in front of it.
Well,
So,
it will, yes, but the idea is to hopefully capture existing traffic with those services.
And I assume those are dumpsters in the back of the retail. See, that's nice. They put it all right here so we can see it. Okay, commissioners, anybody else have questions or comments?
I have one question. So you said Baptist Health runs along the rear of this? Like behind the storage facility?
It would be behind this platted lot.
Okay.
And then ultimately connect into the extension of Wiederstein, Old Wiederstein? It's Rips Chrysler.
Yeah, Daisy, did you have an aerial view? Maybe if you'd bring that back up real quick for us. There you go, that'll work.
Oh, okay, this is further down, okay.
Yeah, this is the road they're talking about.
Yeah, for some reason I pictured this right next to the Quick Trip, and I was like, how is this thing so deep and not hitting? Okay, cool. Perfect, no questions.
So eventually then Baptist Health is meant to extend all the way down to Wiederstein, correct? That's the master thoroughfare plan, but it'll run behind your project? Yes. Okay.
So what's the proposal for extending that? Is that going to be a city responsibility or somebody else? Are we looking at a time frame? Because
Again, due to state law changes, we can't require people to dedicate right-of-way or build right-of-way, so it comes with development, and that comes in during the plating process.
Yeah, I'm assuming that, Richard, as they develop this property further, they'll want to extend that road, at least to some of their projects, and, yeah.
And Daisy, since you mentioned it, I'm glad you told us that Muni Code can't keep up, because if we look for stuff and we can't find it, now we have to search through all the past agenda items to find stuff that is current code.
Or email staff, and we will be more than happy to email it to you or print out a paper copy for you to have.
It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I just suggest in the future, if there's something like that, then just print it off and as a PDF and throw it in with the rest of the packet.
Yes, sir, we will make sure to do that for the city council memorandum.
Did we say the plan is to connect Ritz Chrysler
Well,
to?
the master thoroughfare plan has Baptist Health running all the way down to
Wiederstein?
Yeah, coming all the way down to Wiederstein, then of course extending Wiederstein all the way up to connect to Old Wiederstein.
And there's,
But what the applicant is saying, so, you know, I assume Baptist Health, but it's gonna run behind their project.
okay.
But yeah, that's,
And so if you wanted to have an entrance to the back of the property, whose responsibility? You're not gonna have one?
no, not right now.
Not right now.
Again,
Could
they're
it be
just
done in
showing
the
a
future?
conceptual site plan,
Okay,
and those further discussions would come during plating.
okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah. Remember, we approved that a few months back to where they no longer have to give us a site plan, so. But thank you for showing us what you did. I appreciate it. So, anybody else? Got more? No? Danielle, you're being awful quiet down there tonight.
Really tired.
Yeah. I make a motion, we approve PL SPU 2024-0058.
I second.
All right. I have a motion from Commissioner Hector and a second from Commissioner Craig, and this is to recommend approval to City Council, correct? Any further discussion, questions? Oh, no? Okay. Hang on a second, because I haven't erased the last one. I'm sorry, I get behind here, so let me clear it. Okay, there you go. Please record your vote. All right, I see 6 votes. Please publish that. We have 6 ayes and none opposed. That motion passes. Thank you for sticking around. All right, so moving on to item number 6, requests and announcements. Request by commissioners to place items on a future planning and zoning agenda. Brian, you still here? How would you suggest, how do we address that if you got annexed early as pre, but now, how would you,
Yeah, so the 2 I had that I expected to hear was, one is,
would that be something to put on our agenda to
Well,
discuss, or?
so let me tell you, I think staff is going to be inclined just to run the waiver of the fee
Okay.
for pre, and so I don't know that there's a need to talk about it unless you don't want us to do that, because
All right.
likely that's what we'll do.
Okay,
And so the other thing we had was that timing of the notice requirement
Right.
to go out, if y'all want to talk about that, because that's not quite so clear, I think.
Are you doing 10 business days or 10 calendar days?
Calendar.
does anybody want to?
Could we push it to 15 calendar days to
So
potentially?
what I'd rather y'all do is just make the motion
Okay.
to put it on the agenda
Yeah.
next meeting,
Okay.
and we'll talk about it. And
Or, yeah, a future meeting. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see what the agenda's like for that's next week. This is a special meeting.
next week.
But
Is that
yeah,
the
this,
only item, that one zoning case?
it would.
Yeah, so if y'all want, it's just that one case.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would be to, if you'd like, request it be placed on the agenda. If you
Yeah,
want, if
I'll
you
make a
want to talk
motion to
about it.
request that we,
Okay.
Yeah, there's no voting.
Oh.
You just need to state, I'd like that put on the agenda.
yeah, can you put that
And then
on
if
the
you
next
also want to
agenda?
put on that the city attorney stays through the entire meeting, doesn't get up and leave early, you could put that on as a discussion item next time too.
Dan, thank you. I learned something tonight. I didn't really understand that whole discussion after the motion thing, so thank you. I did learn something, so,
I like having him here.
yeah.
It's nice having him here.
All right, so we have a request to place on the agenda a discussion about the
notice time.
mail-out date, time. Okay. Anybody else have anything? About announcements by commissioners? Anybody done anything neat lately or gone anywhere? No? All right, city staff, you guys don't have anything either. Well, shoot, we've still got 45 minutes. No? All right, 11:15 p.m., this meeting's adjourned.